Ladies and gentlemen, get settled, get settled. Please call your friends in if they're outside. If they're at the entrance, ask them to come in quickly. We will be starting very, very shortly. We'll get started in less than 2 minutes. Get settled, take your seats. If your friends are in the cafeteria or at the demo booths, ask them to get in. We'll be starting the event in less than 2 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, Bengaluru! Let's try that once again. This is one person. This is about 400 plus people here. So let's try that once again. Good morning, Bengaluru! Good morning. Okay, I'll take that for now. But let's get started. Welcome to Build with AI events here at GDG Bengaluru. My name is Anvit KS. I'm a staff engineer front-end from Rapid AI, but I'm always part of the GDG community. I should be an organizer earlier, and now I volunteer with the GDG BLR group here. I'm going to be the MC, if you've not understood so far. That's going to be my job. I'm going to try and run through the events today, try to keep them on time. You know, a lot of people like to indulge and speak a lot. But yeah, I will try to keep them in line and crack a lot of bad jokes at it. Yeah? So if you don't laugh, they were bad jokes. If you laugh, I'm funny. Yeah? See, then, laugh. But anyway, thank you so much for turning out on a Saturday, and that too on a long weekend. So big round of applause to all of you. Let's do that. I hope you're all, oh yeah, see? Self-indulgent people clapping for yourself. Thank you so much. But good to see the energy early on here in the day. We've got a lot of events here. Build with AI events are community-led technical workshops or hackathons hosted by GDG groups. All the events will be hosted between Feb and May of 2024. And they help developers learn skills that they can acquire with Gen AI tools and products from Google. Whether you're a seasoned developer or just starting your AI journey, we have you covered. Upskill, explore, and network, the keyword here, with like-minded developers at our interactive sessions. Learn from Google's best as you build real-world generative AI projects. Developers from all segments, including Backend developers, Flutter developers, Android developers, we have you covered. And skill set doesn't matter. If you're a beginner, if you're an expert, we have products that will match every level of skill. Welcome to the Build with AI event, hosted by Google Developer Groups, your one-stop shop for mastering the latest generative AI tools and integrating them seamlessly with your applications. Welcome to GDG Bengaluru. Round of applause for that, please. A few general announcements. You found the event area. This is the auditorium. The F&B area is on the ground floor. If you were in a hurry and you came directly to this, in case you want to grab a bite or you want to just have some water, the F&B area is in the ground floor. The restrooms are located to the right of stage. So if you go exit over here, you'll find the restrooms over here. There are 5 exits in the back and the front. Very air hostess-like feels over here right now. And you can follow us online at Google Devs In and GDG India on X, formerly known as Twitter. right? We encourage all the attendees to visit the demo zones during the breaks and interact with the creators. They've used Google AI Tech to develop products which you'll find a lot of fun working with. Tag us and engage with us socially throughout the day. You can use the hashtags #IndiaBuildsWithAI and #BuildWithAI. Yeah? So feel free, take photographs. This is my good side, by the way. Yeah? And then post them online. This is the better side, by the way. All the slides will be here. We are live streaming as well, so you can catch these events online. If your friends have not been able to attend, you can share the live stream with them later on. We have a zero-tolerance policy for in-person or online harassment of any kind. Kindly report any inappropriate conduct to one of the organizers. You'll find them with the red tags around. Just ensure, or the security around, you can just go and let them know. And we'll have a QR code with the feedback form for the end of the day. We'll have them on screen. Please ensure you give us your feedback. Well, with that, it's time now to kickstart Build with AI Bengaluru. Without further ado, let me welcome on stage a good old friend of mine, someone who I started my GDG career with, Uttam Tripathi, Senior Program Manager, Developer Relations from Google, for the welcome note. A round of applause for Uttam Tripathi.
Thank you. Good morning. How's everyone doing? That doesn't sound great. Let's try it one more time. How's everyone doing? Okay, no, still not there. Let's try it the third time. How's everyone doing? Okay, now you feel the energy. I think that was much deserved after the kind of opening that we had. My name is Uttam Tripathi. I want to be one of the first ones to extend a very warm welcome to all of you at our Build with AI event here in Bangalore. This event is part of our series of events that we are doing around the world. How many of you here are building with AI? Just raise your hand. Okay, approximately 30 to 40% of you. How many of you want to start building with AI by the end of day today? Okay, more hands up. And you are not the only one. The way AI has really caught people's imagination in the last 1 year or so is really inspiring a lot more developers and builders to start using AI in their products, in their applications. And our goal through this roadshow, the global roadshow that we are doing, is really to enable that journey. How can you get started? How can you use the tools that Google has to offer when it comes to building with AI and get going from there? These events are happening in person and also online, including today's event being live streamed on our Discord server. So do check it out as well. In many ways, people talk about what's happening right now as fourth industrial revolution. We had the steam power as the first industrial revolution that really kickstarted a lot of growth in different parts of the world, which was followed by electricity. And then the most recent one, information technology, which transformed places like Bangalore. A lot of people say what's happening with AI is probably the most powerful of all of them, like the fourth industrial revolution that's really going to transform how we live, how we work, and how we just do our day-to-day. And as part of that, generative AI is a specific technology that has caught people's imagination, and really a lot more use cases coming out as part of it. I'm going to give a brief overview and recap of what Google has been up to when it comes to AI. We have actually been on this for a very long time. When Sundar took over as CEO, he talked about Google being an AI company. Started in 2015 with a number of products, research, launches continuing to happen, be it the AlphaGo game that happened in 2015, to the pivotal transformer paper that came out in 2017, to the most recent Lambda models, and then of course the family of models coming out as part of Palm, and then most recently Gemini. So Google has been at it for a very, very long time when it comes to products and research that has gone into making our products better. How many of this room have heard about Gemini? Okay, that's almost everyone, which is great, because this is our latest when it comes to AI. Gemini is not just another product. It's really a new family of AI models that really covers everything that Google is doing in this space. It's at the heart of everything that we are building, bringing together our models with our platform and our solutions. And it comes in 3 flavors: Ultra, Pro, and Nano. Pro is probably the one that covers most of the use cases. It's the best performing model and has the wide range of usability. Ultra is the most capable one with high scale use cases, and this is where you do more complex stuff. And of course, Nano, which is still in preview access, is for a lot of on-device users. When you don't want to hit the cloud each time for getting your queries done, but instead do a lot of that on-device computation. And increasingly, my hypothesis is, as this technology evolves, a lot of computation will happen on devices, will happen on those edge devices. Part of the reason is it's cost-effective. It also brings in a lot more local context that exists on the device that helps you get a lot more of those specific queries. So if you're thinking as a developer, keep that area in mind, even though it's still early, but that's where a lot of fun is going to happen, in my view, over a period of time. When it comes to use cases, it's really, generative AI is really transforming how we interact with technology day to day across verticals, be it retail, where examples like creative assistants are coming up that really make your life easier when you're trying to shop or find something, or financial services, where enhanced virtual assistants help you get unblocked or help you offer a product or a service, to things like communication service providers, media. If you are a content creator, getting that initial brief up and running that you can edit and then modify. Also, if you are a programmer, a lot of those code assistant solutions that exist that really build on generative AI technology is helping push forward the productivity. The core capabilities of Google's products, chat, search, etc., are also being powered through some of our Gemini models, and you'll see more of that. The key message from our side is we are here to help. As you saw, Google has been at it for a very, very long time. And then we want to be helpful and make more products and solutions available for both users and developers as you embark on your journey with generative AI. Today at the Build with AI event, what you're going to be hopefully getting is a one-stop place where you get to know about all of the products that Google has to offer. You'll also see a number of demos that we have. I think when I see here, we have 10+ demos that are set up across this venue. So during the breaks, do check that out. Whether you are a seasoned developer or just getting started, we have you covered. Upskill, network, meet other like-minded developers, go through the learning journey, and hopefully have fun as part of that. This is an overview of the agenda. We'll start with accelerating Android development using Android Studio Bot. Then we have a number of sessions on Gemini, followed by Firebase with ML. In the afternoon, we have, again, more sessions when it comes to some of our open model stuff, like Gemma, and then we will be wrapping up our day at 4:30. So the agenda is published also on our website. This is for your quick overview. With that, I will actually get out of your way and let you all enjoy what's to come for the rest of the day. But before we do that, are you ready to unleash the power of generative AI and revolutionize your solutions? What sentiments do we have in this room? Is everyone ready to see what the rest of the day has to offer? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. OK, great. So with that, I'm going to pass it back. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Uttam. We'll keep it here. Well, thank you for that introduction to the whole event. The Build with AI series of events is being conducted all across the globe, and we have a bunch of them here in India as well. So glad to be a part of this, and we hope that this is going to be an exciting day for all of you. Well, Gen AI has myriads of use cases, and other than the usual Q&A, asking them for recipes, coming up with funny jokes, lame jokes, and then coming up with some, interesting images. This is what everybody's seeing online, right? But then the most important use case, I think, for developers is how you can use Gen AI to help you code better, find bugs, find better ways, optimize your code, all of that, and to reduce the usage of Stack Overflow, Well, say hello to my little friend, Gen AI. Here to talk about accelerating Android development using Android Studio Bot is Dikshita Verma, software engineer at Google. Dikshita, over to you.
I don't see them. OK, it's working. Hi, everyone. It's been quite a while that I've been on stage. So just a heads up, I was a part of GDG for a long while. And I worked with Noida and GDG New Delhi. And now that I've moved to Bangalore, I'm really happy to be here. And just an introduction, hi, I'm Dikshita Verma. I'm a software engineer at Google. And why am I the credible resource to give a talk on this is because I work in the Android team of Gemini. So for the past 6 months, I've been working in Android architecture and building the Gemini app, which is currently just available in US, but soon would be here too. OK, so how would AI change software engineering? Now, I saw this thread on Twitter/X, whatever we are calling it now, where people were talking about Devin and how Devin is going to replace us as software engineers. And everybody was going crazy that, OK, this is the end. We're not getting our jobs back. And it's going to be really, really hard. But who was the one who made that Devin? Us software engineers. We are the ones who are creating AI. We are the ones who are building it to help us enhance our product development. So will an AI with the ability to code replace me at work? What do you all think? How many of you think that AI can replace us at work right now? Anyone? OK, I think a lot of people are confident about this then. And again, another question. How many of you are familiar with Android already? Good. I'll be able to explain things well then. So basically, AI is going to help you enhance what you're already doing. You can focus on rather more higher level tasks. Let's say I have to build this particular application, build this class where I do not have a lot of heads up about the language I'm using, but I know the concept, I know what it's going to take, what it's going to return, and I know how it will work well, right? So I can use an AI tool to generate a boilerplate code for me, make it better with what expectations does my product team have, and make sure that it works well. So it will reduce 10 to 11 hours of debugging, coding, or even more. Like even one unit test class sometimes takes me 11 hours or sometimes 2 days because there was this one small setup which I forgot to do, or a dagger dependency in Android which stopped me from developing for 3 days. And that's been a lot of times, to be honest. So AI is going to help you debug that and just make sure that you do not make that mistake again. Even though we fall into dagger dependencies almost every other day, we still face them every day again. So it will help you conceptualize and design. So software engineering is, I would say, 80% conceptualization, 20% code. And AI can help you enhance that code, but the more important part is where you're building the design, where you're creating that design doc, where you're getting leads approvals, which is, again, a lot of major process. And if your code, if your design doc, if that is well thought of, it will not create an issue. Otherwise, you'll be creating war rooms during launch process and thinking what went wrong. So you'll have more time to work on design. You'll have more time to conceptualize. You'll have more time to focus on other tasks which are very, very important, which sometimes get neglected because we focus on creating code and that perfect class and that perfect unit test which has 100% coverage or not. So it will help you focus on your domain expertise. It will help you understand the domain really well. It will give you time to have critical thinking and problem solving. Let's say there is one product launch which is going to happen soon. How many hours do we spend in meetings that time while we are thinking and enhancing and planning what we have to do? And in the end, we are submitting code late at night, which goes on till 2 a.m., 3 a.m. submissions, which is a story of every software engineer I've heard. And I was like, OK, it won't be that bad if I'm joining MNC, which has a great architecture. But I was submitting code yesterday at 2 a.m. So it still happens with me, too. You can use AI to collaborate. You can understand its capabilities, make sure that you have well use of it, and it will help you guide and refine the AI outputs. So I asked AI to create a Kotlin output for me. Like, this is the particular input it will take. It's a proto file. Create that, return this particular value to me. I have given this prompt to AI. It will create that boilerplate for you, and you just have to enhance whatever you want over there. And obviously, when we're working with AI, there's always human in the loop development. So if I have this LLM model, it's not going to enhance itself again. we have to keep creating, and we have to keep making sure that it has a better it has better outputs, it has better understanding. When new tech comes in the market, it's trained to do that as well. And the model efficiency goes on, and it does not stop at one point. It helps, again, with working with AI, it will help you it will help you learn new skill sets, data literacy, security and explainability, and lifelong learning, because new tech is going to come every day, and we have to work on it every day. So, AI influence in the developer workflow. Now, this is where I'm going to talk about how you can use AI. There are 5 major things which I've mentioned here: code assistance, problem solving, learning resources, code review, and debugging assistance. You've given a prompt, you've asked for code assistant, it gives you that particular part. If you're stuck at a problem, just ask the bot, ask AI, and it will help generate a solution for you. There are a bunch of resources, there are a bunch of documentations, and every time when we are trying to find a documentation for something, we go over to Stack Overflow, we go over to the documentation, we go over to Google, we ask if we can find particular documentation for it. Some of the resources may be old, some of the resources may be new. What AI will do is it will bring those information out for you. You do not have to go through thousands of resources to find that perfect one which is working for you. Just explain it what you need, and it will generate that output for you. Code review. So let's say I have this class which has O of n square complexity. And now I need to reduce this, I need to enhance it well, and I do not have the time to think of that logic. I'll just give that particular class, I'll give that function to an AI tool, ask it to enhance it, and it will probably create a n log n complexity. It will probably enhance the space complexity, or it will just make the code much more readable and much more enhanced for you. So it saves that time of finding resources, learning, and just updating those things. And at the same time, when it does that for you, you know when at the next time when you have to update this, you already have an answer for it. And debugging is my favorite part. Whenever I get stuck in any dependency issue or anything which is not returning, any small semicolon which I by chance missed in Java, because I was so used to coding in Kotlin, I have an AI tool as a savior for me right there. So what is Android Studio Bot? What is an AI-powered chat? So it is basically a chatbot tool which is directly inbuilt in your Android Studio. So it makes your work easy. You do not have to go to another tab, another screen, and ask answers, then come back, and then start working. It's simply a chatbot assigned specifically for your Android Studio. So a great thing is that it's trained just for the Android Studio. So we have a lot of general tools, but when we have specializations, we always prefer to ask the specialist, right? So this is an AI specialist which is just helping you with your Android development. And it can help you with concepts, syntax, it can generate code for you, and it can help you with the relevant documentation and tutorials, and learn best practices for Android. So a background that I was not an Android developer before joining Google. And as soon as I joined, I was moved to the Android team, where I had to code in Java and Kotlin for an audience of billions of users. So if I messed up, it's going to be really bad. And I did not have enough time. Like, you cannot learn an entire language in a 2-month training period. So tools like these help you because you have an idea of concepts, you have an idea of how to create a class, how to create a function, how to get what you want. But what problem is there is the syntax, or probably readability could be better, probably it could have a better function which you were not aware of because you haven't had that much experience in it. So an AI tool can help you learn alongside building. So I'll brief what all features we have in the Android Studio Bot. This is how the Studio Bot looks like. It's really implemented right on the side of the Android Studio at the right corner. And here I've just given an input of create a map in Kotlin, and it generates an entire map output for you. And there are ways where you can directly copy it, create a new Kotlin file, or just probably redirect this to somewhere else. And it's powered by AI, like I said, and can understand natural language, so you do not have to give it a code snippet that input that I was working on this. Let's say you're a beginner, you're learning Android development, and you're stuck at something. Just give it an input that this is what I'm trying to build. Can you generate this part for me? And you can update it right over there. So one great feature about Android Studio AI is it gives you code completion. Just press tab and it will create those functions for you quickly. It can generate multiple lines altogether because it understands your code and it helps you get faster. So something which takes 5 minutes may take 2 seconds because it generated an autocode for you. And if there's a spelling mistake or if there's something which was not supposed to be that way, you can just change it. But it will type a lot of things for you and it will make things faster. Now, there are smart actions in the Android Studio bot. So like I said, there are a bunch of options. There's copy, there's inserted cursor, it will create a new file for you. And there are add to playground options as well for code samples. And you can take a code sample and run with it. You can just integrate it in your code file and start working with it alongside. Then there are IDE actions as well. So you can continue your conversations right from the studio, like I've been saying from the start. It's right there, and you can use /help to understand what all it can help you with, what all features it has, and what all things are there in Android Studio Bot. So we have a documentation inside Android Studio Bot on how to use it as well. So that was the chatbot part, but it's not limited to there. Like I said, there's code completion, but there's also an option to ask the studio bot. So let's say I have a code snippet which is something not readable enough, or I'm not able to understand. You're working with another developer, and it's their code file, and there's not enough comments to understand what it is. Or you've just taken a code out of GitHub, and you're trying to enhance it and make it work in your particular project. So just select that code snippet, right-click, ask studio bot. It can explain you the code. It can document that code for you, which will again save a lot of time because I don't know about you all, but the software engineers I've met, all of them hate documentation. That, okay, we created a code file, it's working. Why do we have to create another document to explain several people that why is this not working or why is this working this way? So that part is something which is annoying. But we have to do that anyway. So Android Studio Bot will actually document that code for you. Just copy it and paste it to your code file, and it's done. And it can also comment code for you, which is, again, I know we have a shortcut for it, but it's just an added functionality when you're deciding what do we want to do with Android Studio Bot at that point. So you can view difference before accepting changes. So there's a documentation right over top of this that this is what this will do. And you can see a difference between the two files of which particular code I want to accept, which I don't want to accept. It's something similar to when you have merge conflicts and you see which particular code I want to accept. Is it the previous one or is it the right one? Or do I want to create a merge out of it? So it will create that difference preview for you right here as well when you ask Android Studio Bot to integrate some code with you, code for you, sorry. Then there is Smart Help. If you see a major build error, which is currently a dependency error as far as I can see, definitely a thread crash or a dependency error. So you can just right-click, ask Android Studio about this log entry, and it will help you debug what went wrong inside your code file and give you that this is where it was wrong, and this is what you need to do in order to fix this error. So again, it saved you the hours of going through all the code files and figuring out where did I go wrong. It will debug it right there for you while seeing the logs. So that's actually a great help. Again, let's say you have an emulator added, and this is a runtime error. So at that point, you may have forgotten to catch an exception. You may have forgotten to use the right executor, and because of which it caused a background crash or anything of that sort. It takes hours to debug that which particular function was the one which threw that exception that caused an executor error 7 lines later in that particular log source. So this will generate that, and our studio bot will help you figuring out what went wrong over there. So LLMs have a tendency to hallucinate sometimes because they have been built, they've been trained with several resources all available on the internet. So I asked this question, what is the latest version of Kotlin? And it gave me 1.7.0, which was released in Feb 25, 2023. We are living in 2024 right now, which is again hard to digest, but still we are here. So when LLM gives you a factually incorrect option sometimes, and it's a fact, and we know the right answer, we give a verified response right over there that actually the latest version is here. Even though they've generated an answer for you, if it's not the right one, and if it's a fact which we can correct, we give a verified response there as well, so that there is an option that we won't have the facts go wrong, and we'll just integrate it right over there. Obviously, there can be more enhancements, and it will just move it to one merged response where it gives the right one. But currently, this is like a fix around that we have, that in case there's a wrong fact, it will give a verified response right at the end. So again, there's Smart Help. It provides links to the relevant code sources, documentation pages, wherever available. So let's say I'd ask this question, and it will pick up the keywords from your question. So I had create a map in Kotlin. So it will go to Kotlin documentation inside the map tab and probably locate that for you, that, okay, I can use this. Or Smart Help also has include this particular thing in your main activity.kt file, or create a new file for this. So it gives you those smart prompts, like Google Assistant. When you just invoked Assistant, there are some smart chips on top that use lens or click on this. Something similar to this, we have Smart Help, smart chips right here as well, where we can just go for relevant links, or it just is probably trying to understand your behavior and is giving you an option to do the actions which most of the users do after finding an answer to it. Now, we at Google are very, very particular about privacy and transparency. So there's an option to opt out of sharing information from your project. Let's say this is a project which is yet to release. It's a team project, it's a company project, and you do not want the information, you do not want suggested responses from what your project is building. So there's an option to opt out of it, and it will still help you, but will give you more generic responses in that particular case, so that you can still work with the AI bot, but it will not read your code or use it as a form of training itself. So this was what all the Android Studio bot can do. But how can I use it to make my performance better? Or how can I use it in my day-to-day task? It can answer basic software engineering questions for you, which is the best thing, actually. So it can provide information on programming languages, frameworks, tools. It can explain concepts such as algorithms, data structures, and design patterns. So I'll give an example. Let's say that you had studied DSA quite a long time ago, and you've been in a company for a couple of years. Now, this is my tendency that I had learned those algorithms while I was giving those DSA interviews, but I may not remember it right now. I'm just talking about from my example. So if there's particular data structure, if there's particular algorithm which was mentioned that, okay, we're going to use that in a meeting, and I have no idea, I don't remember it anymore, I can just ask the bot to create a function in that particular algorithm, and just again change it to my end, so I do not look stupid working on it for hours when I just use that algorithm to clear those interviews for the company, and I've still completed the work in time. So that it can do for you. It can help you debug a code. It can provide guidance on software development best practices. Like I said, if there's a code which has higher complexity, Android Studio Bot can help you reduce that complexity, make it faster, make it look more clean, so that other people can also understand it well. Writing documentation, this is another favorite part of Android Studio Bot for me. It can generate doc strings for functions and classes. It can autofill code for you. It can autofill the comments for you. It will understand the code right beneath that, and it will create a comment right over there. So you do not have to, you won't get a comment on your PR that, hey, this function can be explained well in this particular comment, or the comment is not that descriptive enough. Can you make it better? The Android Studio Bot will help you with that, and that time will again be saved. It can suggest improvements to existing comments as well, and it can check comments for accuracy and completeness. So all of those nit comments that this could have been better, or this could have had more explanation of what the function is, are not going to be there in your PR reviews. So that's going to be saved. Then it can help write unit test cases. I cannot talk enough about how much I've had problems with unit tests. how much days it takes. If I create a class in 2 hours, I need 2 days to create unit tests for it to complete all the coverage. So it can help create those cases for you. If you have just one boilerplate test case ready, just give it the options that, okay, these are the particular cases I need unit tests for, and it will generate that for you and make everything really smooth. Or in case you forgot about a simple setup in your Android development. Like, I have this example from 2 days ago. So there was this one test I was stuck on for 2 days. And it was just that I forgot to set the experience to 2021 and above. And that's why my test case was failing. I had read through every function 20 times to figure out where was the setup wrong. And it was actually the unit test setup which was wrong. So it will help get that easy. So if you've created a class in 2 hours, probably you can create a unit test in 2 hours as well using the AI Studio bot. Now this is something which I'm promising like way ahead, but still, it can help you at least reduce it in one day and not those 2-3 days of, yeah, I'm just working on the unit test. There's just one failing and it will be fixed. I'll give an update in the next stand-up. And it can help you find bugs early and simplifies the debugging process for you. Again, this is something I've talked about in the last few minutes a lot. It can help optimize code for you and just make sure that it's modular. There are no unnecessary code. It can refactor it for you. So sometimes we have a tendency to write one function, one class, and we end up writing everything in that one function instead of creating helper functions and making it more modular. So you've written that one function of 200 lines. It will create modular functions for you and shorten it to, let's say, 120 lines, 100 lines. These are just examples or numbers I'm throwing in the air. It's not something which I've done myself. I'm just giving, like, okay, a 200-line function could have actually been modular to a 100-line function, which is a better practice in Kotlin for sure. So it can help optimize that for you, and you do not have to spend another week to optimize code in the next PR summit. So how should developers use it for now? Basic software engineer questions, transformative questions, debugging, error resolution, code explanation, documentation, simplify, optimize, refactor, libraries and dependencies, and understand the best practices as well. So this is again a do and don't for how to get good answers. So if you say, how do I create a function which returns unit? It's incomplete. It will give you a code which could be in any language. It could be anything. It won't be well descriptive enough. But if you say, how do I create this function which returns unit in Kotlin? And this would be the input. It will be better generated for you, and it will make things easier for you. You just have to write one proper prompt. So make sure that you write well-explained prompts so that you get better answers, and then you don't say that, okay, like it's fine, it's still not creating the best function for us. It's based on a lot of what prompts you enter, and a lot of prompt engineering comes here. So things to watch out for. It's still work in progress. Every LLM that we talk about, every LLM that we've experienced, everything is still work in process. It's not going to give you the perfect answer, create everything for you, and that's why it still can't replace you in work right now. So there could be, it will help you with readability, but it could be that it will not give the perfect answer, or it's not trained well to use the latest version, or you're probably coding in something else, like the hallucinating answer that we had, that the latest version of Kotlin is 1.7.0, which is not true. So LLMs are still work in progress. They try their best to give the perfect answers, but they'll never be the most accurate. It's just a helper in your day-to-day task, and not something which can replace you in your day-to-day task. There's a very, very fine line in between. And what you can do today is try out Android Studio Bot, understand what task it can assist you with, and save your bandwidth. It will help you become more efficient, and obviously it helps the company, it helps everyone, and it saves you from a headache of all those errors and debugging as well. And also on what features are missing, but you would like to have in the tool. So that was Android Studio Bot. A little heads up about Gemini. Now we had the Gemini explanation very done well in the keynote. So it's a family of our LLM models, and we've already learned about the history of LLM. So I'll go forward and talk about how you can use Gemini or Gen AI in your Android Studio development. Different problem, different sizes. We just saw this slide before. I was contemplating, should I remove this slide from my presentation right now, or should I just keep it and skip it while I'm talking? So there's Google AI Studio. It's a web-based platform. And here you can prototype and run prompts right in your browser. So there are people who suffer a lot using Android Studio Bot. Android Studio does not get downloaded, or it just reduces everything that you do in that computer and slows everything down. So in case you still want to use an AI bot, there is a Google AI Studio, which is a web-based platform. So you don't have to download anything, and you can still learn a lot of things. It enables developers to seamlessly integrate the Gemini models with an easy and safe API, and quickly develop prompts and transform ideas into code. So how can I use Gen AI in my apps? There are SDKs. There's Gemini Client SDK. If you use that, you do not need a backend with your code. You do not need a backend with your Android application. So it saves a lot of pain of creating a data service and a backend class for you. And then there's Gemini Edge SDKs. It works with on-device models. So something like Google Nano, Gemini Nano that we were discussing, something on the lines of that, where it works with more on-device features and helps you out over there. So this basically is in the documentation of Gen AI Client SDK. There are dependencies, and there is a boilerplate code. Copy paste it in your in your already existing project, and it will help you enhance it better. So this is a sample use case of something developed in Gen AI SDK. It was a very, very simple project. So you're just creating a prompt. I'll give it a minute. You asked for a trip to Bangalore. So now with the help of Gemini, what it did was, it created an entire plan of the trip for you. Book flights, reserve accommodation, plan itinerary. So it has created all those tasks for you, and it has made things easy for you to remember, okay, what I wanted to do, or these are the things that are always necessary for a trip. It has created everything, and you can just change it accordingly for your use case. So this is an example of a very simple project which just integrated the Gemini SDK, for client-side SDK, and created this for you. So Android Studio will help with this too, because there are already starter templates in Android Studio. So there's a Gemini API starter, which has already created the boilerplate for the API for you, that the API is integrated in your project. All you have to do is make it work for your use case, make it work for your project. And you can use the code sample which is existing over there. And this is the blog post, which actually has the whole tutorial and the API SDK connected, which you can use. I'll give a minute in case you want to take a picture. Okay, I got all the phones out there. So this has the template ready. All you have to do is copy paste it, make it work for your use case, and you have a Gemini API in your Android project. And can't wait to see what you folks will build. That's all for today. Thank you so much for having me. In case you have any questions, I can hang around, or I'll be here till the end of the event.
Thank you, Deekshita. I think we have a couple of minutes. Any questions on this Android Studio bot?
I think there was
Yeah, there's a hand raised here. Can we have a mic? Do we have any volunteers? Oh, there's a mic behind over there, but yeah, they'll have to walk. It's going to be... Okay, yeah, I think you're getting some help. Yeah, do we have a volunteer here? Maybe you can just keep one of the mics available that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the minimum version of Android Studio that I need to install to use this Studio bot? It's not discussed, I think, if I'm not wrong.
I think it's on the latest version right now. It's just been released. So if you go to the download page, the latest version recommended would be the one which will have Android Studio bot attached with you.
There's a question there to your right.
My question is, how do you when building any app or website or whatever, so how do you comply with the standards, like domain standards, like for example, it could be a retail domain or a financial domain or maybe security domain or whatever. So how do you comply with that? Because there are very standards that you need to integrate during your development.
Yeah, definitely. So it's like not the process when we start development, it's right before there, when there's a whole design decided, what all you need to comply with, and what all restrictions should be there.
Yeah, and that is this tool helping me to kind of take those, sort of automatically, or the earlier speaker spoke about something about the domain-based development process. So do we have something similar so that it becomes easier for us to?
So basically, what I understand from your question is that with Gemini, what all development it will help with, you can ask the model to create certain things in a way that it does not give probably responses which are not complied with you, and it helps you around with that. And in Gemini also, there are a lot of cases where we make sure that we do not give out sensitive information, or we do not suggest medical information just in case, because if it's a trained model from websites, there are a lot of fake information over there. So we make sure that as much to our possibility as possible. Of course, AI is going to give some hallucinating response, some wrong response, but we try our best to not give responses which are going to be an issue or not a part of our policy or compliance at all.
We have one last question here.
Yeah, namaste. This is Venkat from Startup Sanatana. Sorry, I came little late, but nevertheless, okay, I'm just curious to know, like how can we embrace this one and utilize for, especially for Indic vernacular languages, in particular Sanskrit. We are a spiritual-based startup. We want to integrate all these things into the app kind of thing.
So,
how can we utilize the language per se?
So basically, you can use the Gemini API, which the starter key, the one I showed about the blog post. Use that API inside your product, inside your Android architecture, Android client, and make that API is just a helpful thing which will generate responses based on what your users are entering it. So it's like an SDK, it's like a boilerplate ready for you, and it will work with your project. So that's what the Gemini SDK helps you with. It is, let's say, a black box for you. You can use it and make it work with your particular project that you have. And it's very, very accommodating to any sort of use cases that we have. Not just for, like, specifically not for the medical one, which is, again, like I said, can give false information. But you can use that API, involve it in your project, and give answers like you needed.
Yep. Thank you so much, Dikshita. That was an excellent talk. A round of applause for Dikshita. Well, AI has become an integral part of all of our development workflows, right from planning, development, and also data management. Here to talk about data management with Gemini is Abhirami Sukumaran, developer advocate at Google Cloud. Round of applause, please welcome Abhirami Sukumaran. Good to go, Riaz? Yeah. All right, until we get the tech thing started off. Okay, how many of you are Android developers here? Show of hands. Okay. How many of you are web developers here? Show of hands. Okay, good. Hi, guys and girls and everyone else. Web developer here, myself. How many Kubernetes folks over here? Okay. And what else is left? Did I miss somebody? Flutter, guys? Flutter people?
It's not charging.
How many people who don't code at all? That's a good, because Gen AI, Nobody is raising hands, especially people, employees, bosses next to me. No, I code every day. We are ready? All right, over to you, Abhirami.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Nice to see you all here. Saturday morning. So I'm going to talk about data management with Gemini, particularly master data management with Gemini. Show of hands, how many of you are from a master data management background? There's one person in this hall. No, I'm just, okay, there are a few here. So that's the thing, right? So the main thing that we want to consider now is the fact that master data management, which traditionally has been such an, I would like to use the word overwhelming, particularly right now, because of how heavy it used to sound and how big of an entity or an organizational chapter for any company it used to be, right? Now it's become just data management. Like everyone works with data, everyone wants to take make the most out of their data, make the most out of your analytic systems, make the most out of any form of information that they have, right? So it's become that convenient now that we no longer even recognize the fact that it is master data management that we are doing, but with much more sophistication and more advanced tools that automate things on a day-to-day basis, rather than thinking of something like a master data management, which is a heavy entity that encompasses so many different things, from like data sourcing and then to integration, and then bringing in transformation engine, and then transforming that to your analytics layer, which is either visualization or doing some ML and other things on top of that. So those who showed your hands, not to corner you, but if you want to talk about what it means to you, master data management, does anyone want to go? Like, I saw one hand over here and one over here. Yeah. Do you have a mic for this? Yeah, it's over there. I think there's one, and then probably later you can.
Yeah, for me, data management is like if you need to solve some problem, then just collect the data about surrounding the problem which have related data, just clean it, prepare it, do some analysis, make some graphs, and present it on to stakeholders and take care that it is not violating any privacy and consent.
Got it. So what you're explaining is basically what ETL is. I'm looking for more specifically about master data management. Somebody over there, just right behind you.
Hi. For me, data management is like what type of architecture you're maintaining, whether it is a master-slave node, peer-to-peer architecture.
Canada, no. It could be that your architecture is important for master data management, but that's not what we're talking about. I just want to spend a few minutes right here to understand what it is that we're talking about so we can connect with the topic much better. So there's someone over here who wants to go. I think you put your hand down because of how I responded.
Hi,
go on.
I'm Nishant from Hexa. Master
From what?
Is from Hexaware.
Okay.
Master data management gives the backbone of the enterprise-wide data enablement. It is the verified truth, which enables the truth throughout the enterprise.
Absolutely. That's it. That's what we are looking for. So it is the verified truth, or what we call having that single source of information, which is not like one particular source, but it takes in data from everywhere for your organization. It's a holistic view of your organizational entities or organizational data to have that one verified source of truth, which you can then trust and make business decisions on, right? For enterprises and for startups, even startups for that matter, or for developers and for your own applications that you're playing around with, right? You need to be confident with the data that you're using. You need to know that this is a verified source of truth. Otherwise, no one's going to validate your information, or whatever the analytics team is building or the data team is building is not going to be approved by the business users, which could probably be your sales or marketing ops or teams like that who are actually leveraging it to make business insights or business decisions, right? So this verified source of truth, or what we call the holistic view of source of truth for data management, is what we call as master data management. It's called master data, and the process of managing that, the process of bringing all this together, the process of preparing this data, it's not just ETL. ETL in a traditional format is just the analytics part, whereas the master data management is even one level detailed, where we talk about data for a specific, like you're cleansing, you're preparing, you're making this data ready for a specific point of view, for a specific business use case, or for a specific area of business, like I said before, sales operations or marketing operations, or even for other analytical, even your analytical applications could be fed by that, right? So it is one level detailed, but is it good? Is it fair in this day and age that we are in, where we are just trying to solve problems with one API call or one SDK library dependency, so on and so forth? Is it right for us to build a whole MDM solution? What do you think? Is it right for us to keep dependencies on systems and solutions that leverage so many resources, that leverage so much time and effort to be built? What is your opinion? What do you think? Is it or not? No, absolutely not. It has to be fast-paced. It has to be on a flash mode. Like, we really have to build applications, or we really have to make master data management pocket-sized, or what I would call as like things that go within one API call is what we all like. Master data management should also be API-fied, is what I personally believe, although it's not generally the opinion. Master data management is still a big deal in a lot of large enterprises. It is a big thing. It should be a big thing. It's just that what I personally feel is it needs to still be the focus. It needs to still help organization get that verified source of truth, or what we call the golden record for the, data that is available across the globe. But still, the process of achieving that need not be that complicated, need not be that heavy anymore, is my personal take. And this session right here is going to be a few minutes of how to address this, or how I would approach this, in my opinion. Like, how can we achieve this with Gemini and services like BigQuery, or for that matter, any database, any data management software service that you're using in Google Cloud, and how we can achieve that is with a small demo is what we're going to be looking at today. If you have your laptops, feel free to join along whenever you want. There's no pressure. But definitely, the demo part will cover some kind of a hands-on. I wouldn't ask you to do it, but if you like, you can participate. Sorry, in this slide, there's something that's important that I want you to look at. So this is what I was talking about. Traditionally, what's been happening with master data management, right? There were rule-based engines that were built heavily for bringing in the data from multiple sources. As you can see right there, there are ERP solutions, there are CRM data, there is data coming from other dependencies, web scraping, so on and so forth. I don't think web scraping is a standard inflow of data in organizations, but still, in some form or the other, they are still, they were using it. And then the data is extracted in rules only, specific rules only, human-defined or programmed rules only engine. And then they'll go through like 6 months to 1 year of these steps that you see in between, which is identifying the resources, getting business inputs, writing rules, review with business, modify rules, exceptions. How do I know this? I have done this in the past for 4 years of my life. I automated this as well. So there was an intermediate level that I brought it to. Like, I was part of a master data management team in my previous organization, not here. So I started off doing that way, and that didn't make sense to me. So what I did was I did something that was a lot more automated, that would not take so much effort, but it was still manual. It still involved a lot of rule-based analytics and rule-based definition. But then now, this is where we are. This is the point. And also, we have problems there. We'll come to the problems later, but this is where we are right now. We are even advanced than here, but let's, for the sake of this illustration, let's stick to what it's showing. So we have human-guided machine learning. So now we have rule engine, but that is not entirely defined by humans. We are taking advantage, or we are leveraging generative AI tools to help us achieve master data management in much sophisticated, much faster solutions. As you can see right here, sources are coming in. We are just providing examples and rules, or prompts, in other words, and then we are reviewing recommendations with business, going back and forth. Why are we? Can someone tell me why are we what is this process called? The providing examples and rules and providing recommendations. Can someone tell me in one word? Training would be in a machine learning world, but where are we right now? In generative AI world. Prompt engineering, but he's got one level advanced than us as well. It's reinforcement learning also, right? So big round of applause to all of you, because you gave the right answer. Like, this is where we are right now. We moved from something that was taking us 6 months to 1 year to implement and iterate, to somewhere right here, which is probably 1 hour coding, or probably in the next 10 minutes we'll see how to do it as well, right? So that's how simple it is. But the important part right here is the problems that I was highlighting in the previous slide, even though I didn't highlight, let's talk about it now. In a traditional approach, or even in that intermediate approach, the problem that we conventionally faced is data duplication. That is one of the main problems of master data management, right? Not of master data management. That's one of the main problems that we tried to address with master data management. But even with that, like I have worked, like I said before, I'm just repeating myself, that when I was using the traditional ways to achieve master data management or that verified source of truth, if we got 80% deduplicated records or 80% accuracy of information, that would be like a big deal. Like that would be our target, right? So look at this. So data duplication was still a concern. Inconsistency, data will still be missing some kind of information, and reduced insight or accuracy, reduced insight accuracy, because ultimately this is what is going into your visuals, this is what is going into analytics, this is what is going into charts and graphs and insights and decisions, and it will impact the decision's accuracy as well. And finally, timeliness impact. We all know about the timeliness factor. We discussed that. It takes about a year or so. So that is exactly what we are going to achieve right now, or expedite right now, with Google's BigQuery, Google Cloud's BigQuery. Right? So as you can see right here, the raw sources, and then we have all these steps, these blocks that are denoted in the bottom part are just replaced with one step. Not replaced, I would say, but I would say enhanced with just one step, which is converting raw tables to entity tables in BigQuery. And how are we going to achieve these entity tables in BigQuery? That's what we'll see in the demo. All right? This is an example of a kind of thing that you would solve typically with master data management. Can someone look at this image and tell me what's happening? Because I feel like some of you are possibly snoozing. I don't feel it. I see it. So go on. Right, but be more specific. This is a specific example. What is it doing? Accumulating, but what is happening when it's accumulating? What do you see in the data? Don't backtrack, go from this side. That's a good approach, I like that approach, but go from left to right.
So it is fetching from the Excel sheet?
Is it identity resolution?
No, but this was the right answer, but more specific. Who has the mic? Someone has the mic. Oh, okay, go on.
Okay, so it is fetching the data from the Excel sheet, also fetching the data from the other CRM tool, aggregating the data, and then accumulating to the.
So I want you to narrow down on the aggregation part. What exactly is it doing in aggregation?
Is it identity resolution happening here?
So duplicate, it is identifying duplicates. That's what it is doing. Another thing that it's doing is, of course, it is establishing an identity. It is giving an ID. So that is partially correct. But that's not only what it's doing. If you notice it, it's completing the address, right? And it's removing duplicates, because these are data from multiple sources. Can somebody wake him up?
Yeah, it's like we have different sources, and there is no consistency between the data. So we bring that here.
Yeah, so it is like deduplicating it. It is completing the address, and it's finally providing an ID, and finally it's formatting as well. So these are the multiple stages. Achieving this typically in a proper master data management solution would take about 3 months. Sorry for putting you on the spot. 3 months to 6 months of development effort. In some cases, even 1 year, considering all the other dependencies that you would require. And on top of that, it would require API calls, and it would require cost for each and every component of this journey, right, of this flow, like moving from one source state to deduplication state, transformation state, and then completing standardizing the address, completing the address, formatting it, and finally enhancing it with additional information. All right? So this is what would traditionally take a lot of time, and ultimately we'll arrive at a place where we have the master record. We are going to achieve something similar to this with BigQuery right now without so much of effort. That's exactly what we are going to see in the demo. We'll reserve the questions to the end. We'll finish the demo first, and then we'll reserve the questions. I can ask you questions now. This is my turn. All right, so let's go to the demo part of it. All right. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to take New York City bike station data. So basically, that is the only thing that has anyone used BigQuery here? A lot of you, right? So BigQuery, as you know that BigQuery provides publicly available data. You know that public data sets, have you heard of that? So you can use it for prototyping, you can use it for learning purposes. So we are going to use one such public data set, which is New York bike stations. So it provides addresses of bike station locations, not particularly locations, it just gives bike station names. So what we are going to do, we are going to enhance that information using Gemini in place, which means in situ, in other words, in scope of BigQuery itself, without navigating out of it or writing additional lines of code, just using SQL queries. So that's what we're going to see, how we'll accomplish data management, or rather master data management with BigQuery for this location bike station names data set. Right, first I'm going to create data set. So you probably all already know how to create a data set, but I'm just going to say what it is. A data set is a container like a database in any other traditional database that you would look at. But don't limit BigQuery to a database. It's not just that. It's a data warehouse. It's an analytics engine. It also does a lot of machine learning. And on top of that, now it does generative AI as well. You can invoke any generative AI API that you want, like Gemini. You can call embeddings API. You can do ANN, like basically for do you all know this nearest neighbor algorithms and all that, KNN, ANN? You're all here in the AI conference, so definitely you all are aware. So you'll be able to do the distance calculation and all those things using the embeddings data. So basically, you can do pretty much everything, an entire data management solution implementation in BigQuery itself, in addition to using your traditional transactional databases. So let's see how we're doing this. Let's first go ahead and create data set. Like I said, it is a container for all your database objects, like tables, views, triggers, so on and so forth. So I'm going to create a data set called MDM Gemini-BLR. And I'm going to leave it at multi-region US. All right, I'm going to create this data set. Data set is created. Let me just replace all my queries with this newly created data set name quickly, so I don't have to change for each and every query. Cool. All right, so now my data set is created. Did I tell you that we are going to use BigQuery to run this master data management solution with Gemini? So what does it mean? Where does Gemini live? Do you all know the suite of tools that Google Cloud provides for AI, ML, and generative AI solutions? Vertex AI, absolutely. Wow, that's a applause for you all. And it is Vertex AI. So in order for BigQuery to talk to Vertex AI, what do we have to do? You have to enable all the APIs. I'm not going to, for the sake of saving time, I've enabled all the required APIs. But one important thing is you need to establish a connection between BigQuery and Vertex AI. Inherently, even though they are on the same platform, you have to consciously choose to establish that external connection and provide access. So let's do that. How do we create an external connection? Click the Add button in the Explorer pane, all right, and go to Connections to External Data Sources, and choose a connection type of Vertex AI remote models. And my connection ID is something like, let's say BQ-VX, -BLR, and then probably I'll leave it at the same region as the data set. It's good if you have all the components in the same region. All right, my connection is created. Now I'll go to the connection. Let me just go to the connection quickly. You see the service account created. Copy the service account. Go to IAM and admin. Open permissions. And grant access to the new principal that you just created, which is the service account that you just copied from here. Right? Grant it access. What access do we grant? What role do we grant? Vertex AI user, absolutely. Vertex AI user, because this person wants to use Vertex AI. So I'll say Vertex AI user, and then I'll save. So the roles are updated. So everything is done. You can close IAM. We are done with it. Now we can close this connection configuration as well, because we are done with connection. Now what else I'm going to do? I'll show you what the data looks like, the public data set looks like, before we actually start building this. I'll run this. Let's see what's going on here. The query results for the table, city bike stations from the data set, New York City bike, from the project BigQuery public data. You can take a look. There are a lot of enormous amounts of public data sets data that's available. For learning purposes and prototyping and other purposes, it's perfect place for you to look at to make sure that your idea or your design works actually for what you want, for your use case. All right, so this is the data that we're dealing with. We have the, if you notice, we have the name of the station. Agreed? We have the name. Is that the address? No, it's just the name of a station or a street where bikes are available. There is lat long, you know, the latitude, longitude for addresses. And then you have capacity, like what is the number of bikes that could possibly be there, and the number of bikes available in that particular station, number of docks available for bikes. I wonder why that would be different from capacity. OK. Last reported and full address string is empty. There is no address as of now. And last reported is the date which this data has been updated. It's pretty recent. I just took recent data, so we have more relevant information. All right, now I'm going to create, remember we created a data set? I'm going to create a table within that data set, so I have control over some portion of this data that I'm dealing with from the public data set. I don't want to override, you cannot create any other additional object for yourself in the public data set. You have to make a copy of that in your own data set. So I've already created my data set, so I'm going to run this create or replace table. How many of you know what a DDL is? You all know that, right? It's a data definition language, which is basically the create or replace table, views, triggers, whatever it is in the schema that you're creating is a data definition language statement. So you're running a DDL right here. So this table created, this statement now created a new table named city bike stations. Now that my table is created, so how many of you know Cloud Functions? All right, so let me tell you what it is as well. Cloud Functions is a serverless service from Google Cloud, which allows you to write specific or very focused use cases and deploy that in Google Cloud to a REST endpoint without having to go through any of your other overhead, like you don't have to containerize, you don't have to manage or maintain any server. Just write the code and write a gcloud functions deploy command, that's it. Your code is running on the cloud in a REST endpoint, that's it. So I've written a Cloud Functions function already. Why I'm doing this is, can someone guess, you saw the data, right? Can someone guess what I'm probably doing with Cloud Functions? No, what I'm doing with Cloud Functions. What data did you see? Lat long. You saw lat long. What would I possibly do with lat long reinforcement? How? What is the API called? No? Absolutely. Reverse. I'm using the reverse geocoding API to convert lat long to addresses. You could. So one assignment for you, which I'm not covering in this demo, is a Gemini function calling. You probably would have heard it, but just so you know, Gemini function calling is where you provide some information about the API, saying, this is my prompt. This is the thing that the user wants. The user wants to take this lat long and convert this into address. Now, what Gemini function calling does is it reads keywords from that particular prompt, which is like lat long and the address. It will take that, and it will convert it into an API call to geocoding. So it will map it to the API spec that you're providing. In this case, the API spec that I was providing is to geocoding API, reverse geocoding API. But it does not make the call itself, because that's not how it's supposed to work. Gemini function calling will give you all the details that you need to make the function call. Then in the Cloud Functions, what I'm doing is I'm taking the Gemini function calling approach to make the call to the geocoding API, and I get the response, and I again make a Gemini call in order to convert it into a JSON response. So that is what that Cloud Functions is doing, but I'm not covering that particular portion, the Cloud Functions portion in this demo, because that is like an independent entity. You're just doing address, you're calling geocoding API. I wouldn't call that particularly generative AI, because it is even though it is generative AI, you're using Gemini function calling to get the whole thing done. But that is for another day. If I have to talk about it, that would be the whole session itself, right? So just assume that the function is created in Cloud Function and deployed to a REST endpoint. And what you see right here is the endpoint URL. If you hit this, it will take the JSON response. It will take the request in the form of a string, which is like, can you give me the address for lat long, this particular lat long, and it will return the JSON address in response. All right, now what I'm doing is I'm creating a remote function in this particular DDL, which accesses this Cloud Functions endpoint, and it passes lat long as the string. So this is just a DDL. I'm going to go ahead and run this particular remote function invocation, creation. This is a DDL. I'm still not invoking the function. Mind you, I've just created the remote function. Now, in the next step, what am I doing? I'm going to go ahead and call. This is the function name. So as you can see right here, this statement created a function called MDM Gemini BLR. So this is my remote function name. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to test this by selecting 5 rows from the table that we just created, with the public data set, and I'm going to pass the lat long for those 5 rows to this remote function, and then see what the address values are going to look like, which is the function's response. So let me run this query. Is it something that you all already knew that you, is it something that you all already knew that you could call remote functions or cloud functions directly from BigQuery in SQL? Yes or no? You're, okay, like 50-50, right? Some of you knew, some of you didn't. So as long as you know now, it's a good thing. So let's see what happens. It's taking a few seconds. There we go. So this is I'm printing the name and the function response. As you can see right here, the JSON response is returned. Do you see it? It has the full address just from the lat long, all right? So we have completed this particular step. Now let's move on to the next one, which is basically I want to update this particular table, which is you saw that address string was null, right? So I'm going to go ahead and update this table. The select query was just for you to know. Now I'm going to update this table with the full name address string, all right? Sorry, full address string. It'll take a few seconds. Oh. OK, there is an extra quote right here. I don't know why I did that. Just go ahead and run it. So this will take a couple of, no, it will take a few seconds. But meanwhile, while it's loading, as you can understand, what we are doing right here, as you can see, is update dataset name dot table name, set full address string. Our full address string is the empty column that was empty, the column that was empty before. And right here, we are calling the remote cloud function with a lat long attribute. And we're just adding a where clause to say name is not null. Typically, name won't be null. But it is running this particular update query. While it's updating, let's go over the other queries before we get to the result of this. What am I doing next? I want to invoke Gemini now in my BigQuery to take only the zip code from it. Let's say you have a zip code field. You want to standardize it. So I'm going to show you how to create a remote model where you can invoke Vertex AI's Gemini API, Gemini 1.0 Pro API directly from BigQuery just by creating a remote model DDL. So I'll create a remote model, and then I'll run a select query to just invoke Gemini on the JSON response that you have received from the cloud functions. All right? So that's what this command, this DDL is. Create or replace model, dataset name, which is MDM Gemini BLR, dot a name for your model. It could be anything. In this case, it is Gemini remote model. And then remote with connection. Remember the external connection we created in order to make BigQuery talk to Vertex AI. So that's what you establish here. And finally, I'm provisioning an endpoint name, which is Gemini Pro, which is Gemini 1.0 Pro, which is what we are going to use right here. So once this update is done, I'm going to create this particular model. While this update is happening in another tab, let me go ahead and run this create or replace DDL in another tab. This is just a DDL statement, so it's not going to update any data. So don't worry about data not being latest. Don't worry about that. So I have created the model right now. All right? Now I'll just go ahead and copy the select query. I'll explain what this select query does, basically, and then we'll come back to see if the table is updated. All right? So this select query, basically what we're doing is the remote model which we have just created using the create or replace model DDL, we are going to use the remote model, which is going to take the freshly populated full address string using the update SQL, which we did, right? So this is going to take that address and pass it to Gemini with some specific instructions as prompt, which exactly goes like this. Generate a JSON output of only one zip code from this address JSON. Examples of output should be like this. Zip code A, zip code B, zip code C. If there are multiple zip codes identified in the value, return the first one. No additional prefix or suffix is allowed. Do not add additional special characters apart from the example formats given. And then give the full address string as prompt. And then from the table name, unstruct, I'm passing as flattened JSON output because we want to get a flat JSON output in response and not all the other attributes. All right, so now the update statement is complete. Do you see that right here? This statement modified 18 rows. So my update statement is complete. Are you all ready to see what Gemini responds for the zip code? Yeah, let's go and run it. Do you see the construct right here which invokes Gemini? Can someone tell me what that construct is? It is there in the query while it is running. What is the construct that's invoking Gemini? Somebody? Sorry? You're almost there. What is the construct? Sorry, yeah, yes, I heard a right answer. Exactly. Claps, please. ml.generate text. Although the answer is right there, it just takes some effort to look through that paragraph of query right there because of my prompt, my lengthy prompt. Also, while this is running, I want to address one question that was asked in the previous talk, which was already addressed to, but I want to address it from the perspective of prompt engineering or this particular response or prompt that I have right here. There was a question about how do I control the response being in a certain way, or how do I provision that kind of information. So providing examples always or almost always, I should say, there's no always anyway, anytime, but almost always guarantees you a certain format of output that you're typically expecting. So you could expect some level of accuracy if you provide few short prompts, which means few short prompts, as you all know, giving a few examples of what your output should look like. If you're not able to fine-tune the response yourself, you could do the few short prompt examples, right? Let me copy this query and run it probably for 5 rows, or maybe 1 row quickly. Oh, there it is. The other one completed also. So as you can see right here, do you see that this zip code format is accurate? It does not have any prefix or suffix. It actually complies with my format of input. Do you see that? Yeah? So this is the prompt I provided, and it actually listened to me when I said, this is my example format, and the response should comply with the format of example that I'm provisioning. Where there is no data, that's fine. But where there is data, you probably understand that it's able to. So what we did just now is what typically would take several months of effort of data cleansing, data preparation, and so on and so forth in a typical master data management world. Now, this is not the only implementation. Of course, I cannot belittle the effort that goes into an entire master data management solution. This is just one aspect of it, like the address standardization and address formatting. That's what we saw. Now, on top of that, I'm done with the demo, but there are additional things which you can try on your own. So there are 3 things for you to try. One is obviously the function calling. Which you probably have more information, you can look for it. But apart from that, there's also other things that I want you to look at, which you see right here, is embeddings. So I'm taking the data of the full address string, I'm converting that into embeddings, and I'm running something called as the cosine similarity to understand the difference between, the distance between addresses. So basically, it's a combination of, for each, so there are 18 rows in my table. So each row, how many rows do you think we'll have? There are 18 rows in my table. How many will I have when I do the distance against all the other? Do you have 18? What about -1? 17, right? Because you don't want the distance to itself. You want the distance to the others, right? So for each station name, I'll have 17 entries in the embeddings table. And then I'll find, sorry, not in the embeddings table, in the cosine distance table. And then finally, when I'm printing it in the app, I'm getting the top 5 nearest stations to the given station. So let's see that quickly in a demo, if it in fact is up and running. Bike stations, come on. I have it somewhere for sure. Hold on, it's right here, there. So this is the app. So one other thing which I want to talk about is, just in 1 minute, I use Duet AI to just build this UI, because the backend you saw, I already built it. It's all deployed. The Cloud Functions API is there. All the APIs are deployed. It's functioning perfectly well. Now I wanted a front end for it, and I didn't want to spend time building an HTML. So what I did is I gave all the instructions, just like I did to you right now, to Duet AI. It just spat out a whole HTML file with JavaScript implementation. All I had to do was just make a few corrections in the sense completions of the name of the endpoint, name of the method, this and that. Automatically, it didn't take more than 20 minutes for me to do this UI with the help of Duet AI. So try it out if you have not already. It's free until May, if I'm not wrong. So try it out. But anyway, that aside, so this is the UI I'm talking about, where I'm listing the station names. So let me just choose one particular station name. Okay, this does not have a complete address. Let me choose another station name which has a complete address. As you can see, it is standardized with the help of Gemini function calling and Gemini invocation from BigQuery. And then I'm doing embeddings and doing cosine distance, cosine similarity between nearest stations. And this is what I'm getting as top 5 stations that are closer to the selected location. So that's about it for the demo. I'll stop right here. Of course, there will be questions, but I know that I'm at time. So I don't know if I have time for questions. But if you want to try this out on your own, let me show you one last thing, and then I'll stop with that. So if you want to try what you saw, try out what you saw in the demo today, you can use the Google Cloud Credits link. And then there is also a bunch of sessions that's currently going on with a program called Code Vipassana. If you want to know what it is, go to the site, and you'll have all details about all of Duet AI-related sessions, code labs, this particular season. So go take a look at that and try and implement what we saw in the demo on your own. So I'll stop with that. I don't know if you have time for questions, but I want to ask the host to see if there's time for questions.
But we don't have time for questions.
No problem.
We've just gone over, no problem. Thank you so much for that. Excellent session. It was a great demo as well. I think within 10 minutes, you covered probably everything that we want to know how to work with this data set. So a lot of applause for that, please, and thank you once again. Are you going to be available around here? So Abhiram is going to be around. So if you have questions, do approach her. You can ask them offline, maybe during the break. Yeah. With that, let's move on now to the next session. Now, in this area of content creation, creating engaging professional content has become #1 priority for so many people. Yeah. And shedding light on generative video content workflow using Google's Gemini is Darsh Shukla, technical solution architect at Data Slush. Round of applause. Please welcome Darsh Shukla. We have some time until he gets set up. So until then, how many of you have actually played around with creating video content with AI? Okay. How many of you have created fake videos with AI? I see 2 people over there. Sir, call police. Okay, how many of you have created or are using image generation with AI in work or maybe for something which you do on the side? Yes, somebody had something? Okay, how many of you have created food with AI? See, everybody's wondering, huh? Is that possible? Nobody told me. Gemini food. Uttam, can we do that? Darsh is ready now. Bad joke's going to end over here. Over to you, Darsh.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Perfect. So first of all, great round of applause for all of you. Yeah, so now we are energized, right? So from last couple of months, I'm noticing myself endlessly scrolling YouTube shorts, right? And believe me that if you blink once and it's suddenly 2 a.m., right? We all have been there, correct? So one fine day, I was scrolling through my YouTube feed, and I found this incredible video, right? Which was totally generated with AI. So it was having generated images, still images, the computer-generated audio, and it was crazy, right? And I thought, what if I could build something similar, right? Build with AI. So let's first see the video, right? So you guys have the understanding what this video is.
Who were best friends were walking down the street. They stepped off the curb, and a speeding car came around the corner and ran one of them over. The uninjured Brussels sprout called 911 and did what he could to help his injured friend. The injured Brussels sprout was taken to the hospital and rushed into surgery. After a long and agonizing wait, the doctor finally appeared. He told the uninjured Brussels sprout, "I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is your friend..."
Right? So crazy times we live in. Myself, Darsh Shukla, I'm a solution architect, Data Slush. a part-time musician, and I like to experiment with new tech, which is around, right? Nowadays, I'm experimenting with Gen AI. And in this talk, we would be exploring together how Vertex AI Studio can help us to build the similar video that we saw, right? So, are you guys excited? Okay. So, the arsenal, the services that we will be using, right, can be found under the Vertex AI Studio. We have language, vision, speech, only few left to be a list of sense organs. And so you all are familiar with Gemini, right? So the language part in Vertex AI Studio is powered by Gemini. A quick recap for those who are not aware about large language models. So large language models are kind of genie, right? Your wish is its command, right? So if you wish for a car, it won't deliver it. It can, but it will just give you the details of the cars, right? But we should be careful what we wish for, right? And crafting the perfect wish is what prompt engineering is all about, right? So with prompt engineering, we can instruct Gemini that, okay, create a persona. For example, you are a content strategist, or you are a chief marketing officer at a Fortune 500, do this thing. Or you are a tech blogger having a sense of humor, right? The language model can also be used to classify text. So for example, if we provide list of items, classify into vegetables or fruits, we can also use large language model to summarize the text, to generate the code, and there are many more applications. Now, to build this, right, we should have a team. Any content creator has team around it, right? So what will our AI-powered content creation team looks like? So we will have a content strategist as an agent, a script writer as an agent, and the responsibility of the content strategist in real world is to sit with the content creator, right, and brainstorm on the ideas, expand the ideas of the content creator, and find the audience hook, right? So finding engaging ideas that reflects with the audience of the content creator, and finding the right audience hook, right? Now, for script writer, right? Script writer responsibility is that, okay, we are mentioning here that you were supposed to create a 30-second to 1 minute video, and that video, we are also making script writer agent aware that, okay, boss, the project that you are going to work on has a background which fades image to image, and a narration is going on in the background as well. And we are also instructing that how you should output the text, right? So we are saying that, okay, output maximum 6 pairs of detailed image description and a one-liner narration which reflects that image description that has been, that you are writing, right? So what the video content workflow looks like, right? So a user will initialize an idea. There would be a lot of ideas would be there. He would be initializing, or she would be initializing an idea. That idea would be passed to the content strategist. The content strategist will expand that idea, brainstorm on it, and the content strategist will forward the plan of the content to the script writer. Now the script writer will give us the narration and image description as an output. Now, bring it to the life, right? We have image description, we have the narration. So using the Imagine 2 service of Google, we can create image as an output for a given input image description. So text to image. We have one-line narration. We can use the text-to-speech API to get the audio files. So we would be having 6 set of images and 6 set of audio files. Now using any Python or any programming language, there are multiple frameworks available through which we can generate audio content, right? So I have used here MoviePy. Using MoviePy, we can combine these images and the audios together, applying the fade in and fade out effect, right? And I have created a Streamlit app around it. I will show you the demo as well. So let me just show you guys the demo. So in the demo, I have prepared a project. So every content will be under a project. I am stating the project name as the story. The first idea that I had was, okay, create a short video on King Midas, right? So King Midas was having this power that everything King Midas touches turns into gold, right? And the goal of this content that I want is to teach a moral value around it, right? That greediness is not always good. And I'm also defining my target audience, that my target audience would be children or kids. Then I'm creating audience. The content strategy is expanding the idea. Script has been written. We are generating images parallelly. The adding narration audios is going on. And we are combining the image and audio. And here we have the output, right? Yeah.
Magical golden touch. Delighted at first, King Midas turned everything he touched into gold, including his own food and drink. But the joy quickly turned to despair when he accidentally transformed his beloved daughter into a golden statue. Overwhelmed with grief, King Midas realized that his greed had cost him everything. In his desperation, he renounced his golden touch, choosing love and happiness over material wealth. From that day forward, King Midas lived a contented life, knowing that true wealth lies in the hearts of those we love.
Now, this is the output of the content strategies, that the initial idea that we gave, that, okay, I want a story around King Midas with a goal of teaching a moral value, and the audience is children and kids, right? So the brainstorming and the content expansion part, right? So the content strategies find the audience hook, that, okay, you have to create a vibrant animation and a relatable narration to capture children's attention. The moral lesson is that, okay, the consequences of greed and the importance of generosity. Now, expanding the ideas, right? So as we mentioned that we want a short video, right? So the content concepts and the ideas are listed down in the 3 points. First, the golden gift that the King Midas received, the price of the greed, and the lesson learned. Then in the content analysis and optimization part, content strategists suggested us that, okay, the content should be visually engaging and the language should be clear and concise so that children can easily understand. Now, moving towards, so this plan would be given to a script writer, right? Now, moving towards what is the output of script writer, I want to share some of the lessons that I have learned while generating text to image functions. So, first of all, for this given prompt, right, a palace with King Midas standing, this was the output that I received. Now, this is not a very fine image, it is bad, right? So, how to make this image more noticeable, more professional, right? So what I did was that I browsed the Google documentation. I even browsed some of the photographers' blog to find out what vocabulary they are having, right? So I'm not a professional photographer, so I don't know some of the jargons used in the domain. So what I found was that by adding some of the camera proximity, right? So panning shot, zooming shot, then adding some adjectives like desolate palace. So palace has been destroyed, right? Also mentioning that King Midas is standing alone in center, so positioning, camera angle, lighting, shadow, all these are part of a professional photographer's work, right? So we also need to consider this. So what I did was the prompt that I was using for script writer, I added some of the tips that I learned. So the image generation tips are that, okay, use camera settings, add some motion blur in it, soft focus, portrait mode, then use some lens type. There are different lens type. If you are capturing an object at close proximity, then macro lenses are used. For panning shots and wide shots, wide angle cameras, wide angle lens types are used. Then there are quality modifiers that I want the image to be 4K, HDR, beautiful, or captured by a professional photographer. Use camera proximity, close up or zoom out, right? Lighting and shadow details. Adding adjective to subjects and places that are there in the image description. Now, this was the output after fine-tuning the prompt of the script writer agent. This was the output that I got. So the first image, right, a beautiful HD panning shot of a mountain range at sunset. In the brackets, we are having the image description, and below is we are having the narration, one-line narration for that image description. And the second image, if you see, right, a close-up shot of golden hand touching a rose turning into gold, right? And also the last one, a peaceful scene of King Midas. Also providing how the environment looks like, right? So in peaceful scene, we were having flowers in the video. Now, I have open sourced this program that I have developed. You can find it here. Let me know if I can move to the other slide. Okay. Now, what are the next steps, right? So in our content workflow, we were having end user that were humans, content strategist, and a script writer. Now, what if we bring in a domain expert? Now, all this sounds cool, right? But what is the actual use case of this type of application? So bringing a domain expert, for example, imagine you are bringing a mathematics teacher. Now, mathematics teacher would be having a domain knowledge of mathematics that agent can help scriptwriter to enhance the script writing process, enhance the image description, right? We can also have athlete as a domain expert here. Yeah, so that's it from my side. Any questions? You can connect with me on YouTube. So in April, I would be starting a project-based learning on Gen AI. There is no content yet published, but soon I would be publishing it. Any questions? Yeah, so there are open source models available through which we can generate the motion pictures. There are also open source frameworks like Motion.js, Manim in Python, through which we can generate 2D motion. That currently we are doing at my company, DataSlash. So we are focusing on education sector, how we can enhance teachers' experience in generating the lesson plan that they would be delivering to students. Right? Also, the Google research team has recently published an article on Video Poet, right? Through zero-shot text, we can generate a video as an output. So I suggest you to look into Video Poet. Soon they would be releasing the API. I am not aware about it, but research is going on the motion.
I think we have a question there as well.
Is it only for the English kind of thing, or how about Hindi and English?
Yeah, that can be also done, yes. That can be also done. So Gemini supports up to 45 languages. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. So that can be also done. You can also integrate in between a translation layer which translate any language into English. Then you generate the image accordingly, and then you transcribe the audio into your language that you are preferring.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, we have a question here. You have a mic.
Thank you. It was really nice where I was seeing your image-to-image translation and text as well. So you have, as you said, like you have built with Vertex AI, or this image-to-image translation, you have separate code base and text for separate code base. How this multimodality you have done?
Right. So I have created agents, right? Content strategist and script writer. Now every agent I have given them tools, which are programs that I have written. So in the source code, you will find out that for scriptwriter, there is a tool which, when the scriptwriter outputs me the image description and the narration, right, using the Imagen 2 SDK, the scriptwriter will invoke the Imagen 2 service and can give us the output of text to image as an output. And I'm storing that image in the storage, audio as well, and then combining using MoviePy, or we can also use OpenCV to generate this video.
So 3 modalities?
Yeah, 3.
Okay.
So I'm using Gemini, Imagen 2, and text-to-speech API.
Okay. So is this open sourced one, or of course this is yours, obviously you are the owner of it. Is it open source one in
No,
GitHub,
so I'm not the owner.
like
So I have published whatever I have published, right? I have used the Google SDK only.
Okay.
So the code, the source code that I provided, right, is having all the required functions that through which you can invoke the Google services.
Yeah. Great work, great work.
Thank you.
All right, we have time for one more question. If anybody is, I think there's somebody up there. Can we have a mic there?
So what is the maximum length of the video that we can generate?
Right. So if in the scriptwriter prompt, right, you just saw that we restricted scriptwriter to give us only 6 maximum pairs of image and narration. So if we increase that, then the maximum length could be up to 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It depends on how many images you want to generate and how many audio files you want to generate.
Okay, great. Like, have you tried a maximum number of images? Like,
No, I haven't tried it. I was only experimenting this. So I haven't tried up. So I have tried up to 12 images, and it gave me an output of 1 minute length video.
Sure. Great. Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, so in the agent that scriptwriter agent, right, we can mention explicitly that, okay, your job role is when you're generating a narration line, right, only use or make the narration line only with 20 maximum words or 15 maximum words. We can do that.
Right. I think that's all we have. I think you're going to be around. Okay. One final question there. Yeah. One final question.
Hi. So my question is here. So can we make videos by using like a voice based? As of now, we are giving prompt and then we are giving some text to it, will generate it. So my thought will be, so if I give some explanation about my own thoughts instead of text, I would like to speak.
Right.
Then is it possible to generate the video?
Yes, it is possible. Google has speech to text API as well that you can leverage here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
So the portions like the text to speech and then combining, so all those, the scriptwriter content strategies, they all work independently.
Yeah.
And then at the end of them, we combine them, right?
Right.
So let's say when we are combining the narration with the images, how do we decide that on which narration line, which image to be shown? How is that handled?
Yeah, that is a great question. So in the scriptwriter, right, we are instructing the Gemini model to give us output in a particular way, right? So what we are doing, what we are asking is, give me pair of image and narration line. Now I am parsing this output, and I am looping it through it, and I am indexing each image and each audio separately, right? So one .jpeg will have one .wav file associated with it. Now while combining it, I would be having the index, right? That one .jpeg has this audio or narration going in the background.
Yeah. So basically, we're mapping the images with the text or the speech.
Yes.
So if we want to have multiple images on a single narration line, let's say.
Yeah, that can also be controlled, right? So the package that I have used here is MoviePy, right? There you can club together two images and add a add a audio layer to it. So MoviePy has this clip class and audio class. So in clip class, you can add multiple clips. Here clips would be your images into one segment. And on top of this segment, you can add one narration audio, right? You can control it.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all the time we have for questions. But I think Daksh is going to be around. Are you?
Yes.
Oh, he's going to be around. We can take the questions to him offline, and there's a break going to be here very soon. Thank you so much, Daksh. A round of applause. That was the informative session on how to create video content using Gen AI. Well, our next speaker is a GDE, a Google developer expert on Firebase. Here to speak on Firebase with ML is Rijraj Singh, GDE on Firebase. Rijraj, a lot of applause. Please welcome on stage Rijraj Singh.
Hello, am I audible? So, hi everyone. So my name is Rijraj. I'm a GDE for Firebase. Also, I'm working as a CTO for ActProp. So we are also working with the Gen AI. So we are working in the prop tech industry, generating brochures for the properties and recommending the properties for the commercial brands. So talking about myself, like I'm working on multiple technologies. So today, I'm going to talk about 4 things. Right. So the first one is the Firebase, how we can utilize, how we can develop the product. And then we'll talk about the machine learning capabilities. And then we'll create a simple web applications, adding the capabilities of Gemini and how we can create a products. So let's start it. So I guess you all are having an idea, right? So you wanted to build a startup or you wanted to create any solutions for any problem statement. So once you have developing working on the idea parts, you will be a lot of confusion in terms of how to start, what type of technology I can go with, what type of backend, what type of database I can go with. Either I can go with NoSQL or SQL database. So this is a lot of challenges if I talk about the developer perspective for developing any solutions. So once you have decided the technical stack, you need to write multiple lines of code, right? So it's a general thing for the developers. But there might be possibilities you will find a lot of bugs, the code-related security issues, right? So this is a kind of challenges, like once we are building a solutions, we'll find a lot of developers challenges, right? So this is not a good thing for the developers, right? We all are working as developers. Yeah. So if I talk about being as a developer, so this is the main challenging task for us, like to solve the problem, bug-free applications, right? So this is how Firebase came into the picture. So Firebase is more about backend as a services. You just need to focus on the front-end part. So Firebase is all about backend. Just focus on the UI. If you are working on a web platform, focus on the HTML, CSS, and the JavaScript part. If you are working on a mobile platform, just focus on the UI part, and then remaining Firebase as a backend services that you can use. So talking about Firebase more, like if you are working on a mobile platform, like iOS, Android, or Flutter, you can use Firebase. Or if you're working on a web platform, you can easily use Firebase or the game development platform. So Firebase has a mission to help the developers succeed. Means with the help of Firebase, you just need to focus on the front-end part, remaining the backend in terms of database, multiple services, Firebase will take care of it. So talking about Firebase more details, like Firebase has a lot of services. So these services is categorized into the three main parts, the build better applications. So here you can use the services like authentications, hosting, cloud functions, machine learning, the Cloud Firestore. There are multiple things. And once you have created the applications, now we need to focus on the improvement part, how we can improve the application's quality. So here we have services, crash analytics, performance monitoring, and multiple things. And then you can connect with the audience in terms of like what type of audience are coming to my application. So here you can use the services like crash analytics, remote config, predictions, multiple things. So there are multiple companies who are using Firebase in many ways. Some of the companies are using Firebase authentications. Some of the companies are using database. It's totally up to you. So there are more than 3 million monthly applications are available on the Play Store. They are using Firebase in many ways. So this is all about the Firebase. Like you can build anything with the help of Firebase. Like just focus on the front-end part, build the solutions, and all the things. So to know more about Firebase, you can check out the link, firebase.google.com, and then you can find the documentations. So now we are living in a world of AI, right? So with the help of AI, we can build anything, right? So if I talk about 2014, for building applications or any web solutions, it's quite challenging if I talk about 2014. But if I talk about 2024, so we can build the solutions with the help of AI. I guess like if you have a relevant experience, you can create any full stack applications within 2 hours or 3 hours with the help of AI, right? So talking about the Gemini for the developers, like we all are developers, so we can use Gemini. We can create robust, scalable, innovative applications. So there are two ways, like either you can go with the Google Cloud Platform, or you can use Google AI Studio. So inside Google Cloud Platform, there are multiple services like Vertex AI, the predefined machine learning models that you can use like Gemini, Gemini 1.5, Gemma, Palm APIs. There are multiple things that you can use if I talk about enterprises point of view or developer perspective. So this is a model garden in the Google AI Studio, the Google Cloud Platform. So here you can check out the models. You can use the models for your enterprises, or you can use these models for the individual as a developers. And talking about the AI Studio is more about the web UI toolkit, where you can utilize the machine learning models. You can call the machine learning models. You can integrate the SDK, and then you can build the solutions. So let's talk about the Firebase part. So talking about the Firebase, you can create applications with the help of cloud functions, or you can use extensions, or you can directly use Google AI Studio. So talking about specifically for the cloud functions part, so cloud function is more about backend as a service. Here you can create your custom backend business logic with the help of cloud functions. You can create a cloud functions with the help of Python, Java, TypeScript. And it's a low maintenance, just focus on the code part, and then Google will take care of the infrastructure part. And so I'll give you the example. If you go to the Google AI Studio, you will get the SDK, you will get the library for HTML, the web, Python, or like if you're using on Android, so you can get the library. So talking about the web platform, like we are using Node.js. So here I just imported the library, Google Generative AI, and just added multiple libraries for harm category and the block threshold. I just created a model, the Google Generative AI. I just passed the API key and defined the models. And then we can pass the configuration in terms of temperature and then max token outcome. And then you can define the safety setting, like for your AI. And then you can pass the prompt, and there is a functions or the method we call as generate content. Inside, we can pass the parameter. So this is a simple applications. With the help of this simple part, with the cloud functions, you can define. And inside, you can write any prompt, and then this will create AI-enabled Firebase applications. So talking about next thing, like the Firebase extensions. So extension is more about pre-packaged, pre-built cloud functions that you can use. Like you don't need to create multiple extensions like image reduce or text translate, multiple things. But extension is more about pre-packaged, pre-built functions that you can use. So if you go to the extension.dev, it's a website. It's a hub for the extensions are available that you can install in our Firebase applications. You will find a lot of extensions in terms of payment, in terms of the search, in terms of like AI. So if you go to the AI sections, and then you will find a lot of extensions in terms of translate, in terms of chat, in terms of Gemini. So there is a like machine learning like extensions, the Gemini API you can use. You can directly install in your Firebase console. Just click on the install part, and then you can follow the configurations part. You just need to define the collections and the basic informations, and then you can easily use the Firebase extension. So with the help of these two things, like the cloud function is more about the customizations. If I talk about the developer perspective, where you can write, you can customize your business logic. But if you want to use pre-built, pre-package, then you can use Firebase extensions. Otherwise, like if you are a big, like if you have a big solutions, then you can use Google AI Studio. You can customize the logic. You can do multiple things in terms of boxes, right? So with the help of these things, like you can build anything. So I'll give you the example. It's a Gen AI product finder. So what is this? It's more about, let's say, if you are watching any live streaming, or maybe if you go to the YouTube, you will find a lot of objects inside the video. And then you have a thought, yes, I wanted to purchase this XYZ product. I like this product. So I just created a simple applications. It's a utility tool for the developers or the end users. They can get the product information, they can get the product link, and also they can get the similar products. Similar products in terms of, let's say, I have an iPhone or maybe Google Pixel 7 Pro. So I'll share, and this AI model will recommend me, this is the Google Pixel 7 Pro. And with the help of the configurations, we are also recommending the alternative of that particular things. So we can create a simple applications. And I have created this product within a 30, 40 minutes maximum, because we are living in the world of AI, right? So we don't need to write any lines of code. So first, you need to create a UI. We just need to open the camera and then capture the images. And then you need to pass the images. And you can also apply the authentications. Like user need to authenticate before accessing the application. So you can use Firebase authentications. Once you apply the authentication, you are authenticated, you can pass the images to the cloud functions. In the cloud functions, we can write the logic for the Gemini. And then Gemini will process the informations based on the prompt. And then we can go to the Google Search API, the custom search API, to collect the informations, the relevant information that we wanted to show. And then we can share the response. And we can host this entire solutions on the Firebase, and you can create this applications, to be honest, maximum 40 minutes, like with the help of AI. And this is an overview. Like if I talk about the cloud functions point of view, so we have a Google Generative AI models, then we have defined the models, API key, and then the prompt engineering part. So this is all about the prompt engineering, like how we are sharing the information to the AI, and then AI will generate the response according to me. And this application is live. You can just go to the link finder.bridgerard.xyz. You can find the informations. And also creating a multiple applications, one for tourism, one for fintech industry. So there are multiple uses for the AI. And again, like you can go to the firebase.google.com, you can find the information in terms of if you're working on a mobile, web, any multiple solutions that are available, the services you can use. And one last thing in terms of responsible AI, I know we are living in 2024. We can create a solutions with the help of AI. We can create anything. But talking about as a developer perspective, we need to create a solutions with the help of AI, which is right in terms of ethics point of view. So I know there are a lot of guidelines provided by the multiple organizations, but yeah, there are like best practices while developing an AI, better AI or if I talk about the safe AI, so you can check out google.ai. You will find the resources, the best practices, how you can create AI, how you can create a solutions, what type of information we can pass to the model, what type of informations, the architecture we can perform. And yeah, so with the help of these things, like we are living in the world of AI, so you can create multiple solutions with the help of multiple industries like retail, fintech, healthcare, media, content generations, or the manufacturing industries. It's totally up to you how you can create a solutions, and I'm also looking forward to you all to build the solutions with the help of AI and the generative AI or Gemini. So talking about the resources, you can check out the link, Firebase documentations, or you can go to the google.ai platform. And it's a hub for the AI. You can find the informations, you can find the blogs, or you can go to the code labs I have created. So, or I have written multiple articles on the Firebase. You can check out the link on YouTube. So if you have any questions, I'm open for the questions.
Do we have questions?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we have a question there. We're just waiting on the mic. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, this is Pranit from Hyderabad. How can Firebase help with user analytics and crash reporting?
So there is a services called Analytics and the analytics things. So you can get the information from the Analytics report and you can take the decision based on it. So there are individual services for Analytics and the analytics part. Yeah.
Any other questions? We have time if anybody wants to discuss. Okay, there's one right on the left over here. Right on the left. Okay.
Yeah, this is Sai Kiran. So I just wanted to know how Firebase is well versed with Web3 development.
So Web3 is again, it's an ecosystem. So you can create an ecosystem with the help of Firebase as well as like Web3 is, I know there is a guidelines, there backend ecosystem. You can also create a backend ecosystem with the cloud functions. It's totally up to you. Like we all are the developers. There are multiple services. So it's totally up to you how you can utilize these services, how you can build the solutions based on it. Again, it's totally depend on the problem statement, what type of problem statement we are working on it, and what type of solutions we are creating.
Any other questions? Do we have questions?
Okay.
Well, if no questions for now, you can always reach out to Rijraj. He's going to be around. Thank you once again for that excellent talk on how to use Firebase with ML. With that, we come now to the break of the day, the most important awaited break of the day. Khane mein kya hai? Well, I don't know. You're not going to find out right now. But it's the time for the lunch break. We will be starting the sessions on time. 2 o'clock is when we are going to reconvene here. Please get in before that. We will start the sessions bang at time. That's 2 p.m. Please ensure that you check out all the demos which are happening outside in the area. Until then, we'll take a small break. There's another announcement. The lunch is arranged in 3 counters in the banquet hall. So don't just go and rush to one counter. You can go to 3 different counters. It's the same food. Thank you. check, check, check. Is that the collective emotion? Can I consider that to be collective emotion? Wake up, people! I didn't ask you to cheer, I just said wake up. Okay, so if people are outside, please message them, let them come in very quickly. We're going to get started very shortly, as in I'm on stage, so I'm going to start right away. But very warm welcome to one and all back here at Build with AI. People on the live stream, hi, we're back after lunch. Hope you've had lunch. If not, you can carry lunch with you. That's the advantage at home. But thanks once again for joining in whatever numbers we have now. People have taken a break, they're lounging around. So if you have your friends outside, please message them, let them come back in. We're going to get started now. And this is a post-lunch session. Everybody came, had lunch, nicely settled in, AC is on, music was nicely going on, low lights, sleepy. So let's all just stand up for a couple of minutes. Just stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Everybody from the front till the back, front to back. Yeah? Look to your left. Look to your left, not my left. Mera left, nahi, aapka left. You see somebody there? Say hi. Give a high five. Okay? Turn to your right. Is there anybody there? No? Do what I'm doing. High five. And let's do this. Okay, now let's do this. Oh! Okay, this became very, laughter club. Okay, now you can all take your seats now. Just wanted to get you up and about. It's the worst time of the day for a session, I know. But then now, I hope you're all up. Are you all up? Yes. That's more like it. Okay, that's good. The lunch is working. Okay. This is the post-lunch session here at Build with AI Bengaluru. And the first session is Introduction to Gemma Open Models from Google by Preetham Sahu, who's a partner engineer with Google Cloud. Welcome on stage, Preetham Sahu.
Okay. So how many of you heard about Gemma? Any hands? Great. So I'll also learn from you something, right? It's not one way, right? And Gemini? Yeah, at least I should see all hands, right? Not one hand. Yeah. Okay. So I will not bore you more than 15 minutes of a primer. So I am Preetham. I work as a partner engineer team lead in Google Cloud. Been here with Google Cloud for more than 4.5 years. And you can follow along me on Medium, LinkedIn, I am there. So let's start with Vertex AI, right? So the intent of this slide is not to repeat what the other folks have highlighted, right? But it is very important to understand how will Gemma fit into the entire ecosystem of Vertex AI, right? So in the bottom, which you see here, you have TPUs, GPUs. I think it should not be new to the world of AI ML, right? It has been powering the infrastructure for all your AI ML workloads. You have Gemini there, right? Which was previously Palm or Palm 2. And this is the Gemini model where you not only have for Google first-party models, but also you have the models from the open models, right? From Llama, Anthropic. You must have seen the recent announcement, right? Claude 2, that is Sonnet, and all got published, right? Haiku on GCP. Plus, we also have partner ecosystem models as well, right? So think of this as an enterprise app store where you can go. If you are coming from any of the usage of open models, you can use that, or welcome to use your Google Cloud models, right? So then we have our AI/ML platform. So here you can do anything on fine-tuning, which is very key, right? Distillation. If you have heard about that process, teacher-student process, where teacher model passes all the best practices learning to the student model in a cost-effective way, right? And even RLHF, reinforcement learning from human feedback, right? All this is possible in the second layer. So on the top, which was some changing notions are happening with Google Cloud, right? So it was previously enterprise app store, app builder rather, sorry, I take my word, app builder. Then we rebranded to Vertex AI search and conversations. So these are very low-touch models where with a low code you can get started building your chatbots and all those things and get started. On the top, we also have the entire portfolio of services like contact center AI. Very, very handy service in retail, telecom space, and healthcare space for customers and all those things for service calls happens, right? And also document AI, discovery AI, all those models are there. And the interesting thing about this slide or key takeaway from this slide is for every section of users, we have a portfolio. If somebody is coming from the infrastructure background and application background, want to go the traditional route of even VMs or GKE, they can start using our TPUs and GPUs instead of going our full-fledged solution, right? The choice is yours. So coming back to the foundational model, you see this. So we had Palm 2, then we had Gemma, right? Gemini 1.5, which has 1 million context windows. Then we had Gemini 1, which was earlier, right? And also different variant like Pro, Nano, Ultra, you saw in the previous section, right? Then we also had Imagine for text to images, right? Chirp, speech to text, right? All those things are there. So Gemma was the answer to our users' queries, like how we can have open models from Google. It is great. Google is giving you world-class infrastructure models in terms of LLMs, but that requires a huge infrastructure to host it. So if somebody wants to run my laptop, for example, which you will see in a demo, a small glimpse of that demo rather. So what you will see is you can easily get started with the Gemma models. I will talk about what those models are slightly later as you move ahead. And then you can get started very easily with a lot of inferences, like if you want to come from Hugging Face background, right? So we give you TGI, text generation inference. Or if you want to go a traditional route, we can give you versatile LLMs way of inferencing engines and all those things. All are possible with your Gemma. So this is the official statement. What is Gemma in short? So Gemma and Gemini are not same. So, but the technology which has been powering your Gemini powers your Gemma. And it is very lightweight, portable, and state-of-art open models. So that is about Gemma in a simple words for layman terms you want to recollect. I will skip this. So one thing to note about, so Gemma has got two models, 2 billion parameter model and 7 billion parameter model. And each of the model, that is 2 billion or 7 billion parameter model, has got the base model, which is basically a pre-trained model. But I would say go with the other model, which is called instruction tune model. That is primarily gone through a lot of fine-tuning and testing, right? Plus, you can also do a lot of RAG type of capabilities, which you're looking for on a model. So that is there. Plus, a few things to note, right? Often we see like, OK, the model is working great. But we tend to miss out few of the great and fine-grained details, like what is responsible AI here, right? So as you look at Google portfolio products, and you have a great session coming up as well, responsible AI. So Gemma is also following that responsible generative AI toolkit. What it means is we're trying to give you a tool or a model, an open source way, which can be safer to use and doesn't have all those complexity hazards. Like if you talk about, we'll see in a demo, how to build a nuclear bomb. If Gemma gives the answer, that means something is wrong with the Gemma model, right? So it follows that chemical, biological, and radiological nuclear risk pattern, and also child abuse type of factors which you see, which is very critical, right? We might take it lightly, but it is very, very super critical things, right? Or data sensitive factors. It takes into account all those parameters. Plus, the best part, which I have been playing around Gemma for last few months, is about the flexible ML frameworks. It doesn't inhibit or prohibit you to use only one particular framework. For example, if you are fond of using natively tools like PyTorch, TensorFlow, you can do that. If you are looking to use Google-supported way with a JAX framework, you can do that. Or if you want to use Gemma CPP, it is after, of course, llama.2 CPP, very popularly used, right? We thought we should also help that. It's a standalone inference engine where easily you can start it and inference the model output. So that's the lightweight capability you can start to experience the Gemma instead of going and downloading the entire model, which can be time-taking, right? Plus, the performance. So you must have already seen, if you are following Gemma, typically there are comparisons on various benchmarks, the math, the reasoning, the summarization capability, the coding capabilities against Llama 2 and Mistral, right? So it's just the way we have taken some few prompt shots and giving you the output, how the model performed, right? And it's open figures. There's no hidden secret from anyone. So very often we get questions, right, from users. Hey, we thought Gemini is a world-class model. Is like Gemini, can we use Gemma on the same lines? Not to disappoint to anyone, but the answer is no, right? Because each use case is different, and if you are waiting for those type of complex use cases which Gemini has been helping and Gemma can do, the answer is no. So you'll have to pick and choose the use cases. And remember, Gemini 1.5, right, which has got a million context window, here it is 8K context window. That includes your input and output. Just be aware of that. And it is not multimodal. It is only text only. If you're looking for use cases like summarization, Q&A, reasoning, or math or coding logic, it works very well. But if you're looking for something multimodal capabilities, like few of the speakers, right, highlighted a lot of great demos, that type of capability, Gemma might not be a right fit for you. And unfortunately, it's English only. If you're looking for Hindi or any other vernacular language, or even other foreign languages like Spanish, French, that is not possible. So at the same time, we should not underestimate the power of Gemma. The reason because if the customers or the users or anybody of you are using Mistral or Anthropic models, right, the 7 billion parameter models, it is worth giving a try to Gemma and see how they're performing. And of course, give us the feedback so that we can know how to improve the Gemma, right? And on times of, when you look at GCP, Google Cloud Platform, the usage model is on the pricing, typically is on the per character wise or per image wise, if you're using Imagine. Here on Gemma, it is typically depends on which infrastructure you're hosting, whether you're hosting a 2 vCPU VMs or your laptop or a Windows notebook, whatever the way you want to use it, right? So this is the benchmark. I will go to the website to give you that confidence as well. So here you see the Gemma comparison against 7 billion, right? And it is worth looking at Gemma if you're using an open source model. It is MMLU, as you know, that is massive multitasking, right? Language understanding. You have other parameters where you can see math and big bench, which are typically used very well in the world of AI/ML class models. You can see thus Gemma does a perfectly good job, right? But yes, there can be caveats as well. That's a disclaimer. So let me go back to my slide. And there are different ways you can install Gemma. The first thing is, if you are coming from a Hugging Face background, right? You might not like to use Vertex AI and direct front, right? So you can land up from Hugging Face and come and open with Vertex AI instead of directly landing with Vertex AI. So this is one aspect. And if you are coming from Kaggle, right? It's a data science project backed by Google, right? You just need to create a login, one-time login, and start deploying Gemma on Vertex AI. The best part is the endpoints which you get from Gemma, right? It is the single source of truth of endpoint from Vertex AI. Whether you're coming from Hugging Face, whether you're coming from Kaggle, whether you are deploying on the same virtual machines by yourself, downloading the 7B models or 2 billion parameter models, it is the Vertex API endpoint. So this is how a Gemma looks like. If you deploy, you will get two options. One is, this is inside the GCP, this is Google Cloud Platform Console. You will get virtual machines, Vertex AI console. The second one is GKE, right? So if you are a GKE fan or very proficient in using Google Kubernetes Engine, right, and you want to use that route, Gemma can also allow you. Plus, if you're looking for a Colab notebook and looking for something like perimeter efficient parameter tuning and all those things, other way of serving, you can use Colab notebook instead of your Vertex AI or GKE. So all these are possible with Gemma. So let's look at how to get started. So what I did was, instead of going through Vertex AI route, I went through a generic route. Let's say, I don't want to go with GCP console. I want to install in my standalone environment. So I installed in a virtual machine. So the first thing you should do is you should clone the gemma.cpp. It's a standalone inference engine, and you just need to Google it to get the where is the link. It's the first link is, of course, you get it to the GitHub link, right? Once you download, you have some prereqs to be installed, like CMake to prepare the package and build the package, CLang, the front-end compiler to run the inference engine, right? And then you can go to Kaggle or Hugging Face. For example, in my case, I went to Kaggle, and then what I did was I logged in and downloaded the tar file, right? And then you unzip the tar file and get it started. That's simple it is, right? So you should see these two things here, tokenizer and 2BIT SPF, right? Switch floating point. These two should be there to make your application running, right? So if I go to my console, I know seeing is believing. Unless you see it, you will not trust, right? So let's see here. So I'm in my console. Hope it is visible. So I will go to the gemma.cpp folder. Then I will go to build directory, right? OK. So this morning, I run the command, so I don't have to run the long command, right? Here. So basically, you are trying to hit the tokenization parameters, compress weights, and then pass the instruction tune model instead of using the base model. So if everything works well, it should throw you the Gemma window, which you saw in the slide format, right? So touch wood, it should come. Otherwise, it doesn't come. Some demo glitch, right? So let's take the time if you are warming up for first time. And OK, it has come out, right? So once it has come out, and let's start with some serious fun, right? So I was telling like how to prepare a nuclear bomb. That is my interest area. Don't take me otherwise. So I want to only see how responsible AI is working here, right? I did a spelling mistake. Let's see. So if it is able to catch, it should stop me, right? OK. Oh, great. So it is working great, right? So it is handling all the safety parameters I talked about, right? I cannot provide because it is illegal, right? So that's the way you can start and also check for hallucinations. So my experience has been always good with Gemma, but sometimes hallucinated data comes out. For example, I was trying to play around. I'm a big fan of MSD, Mahendra Singh Dhoni. It might be last year for Chennai Super Kings, right? I was trying to do out. It brought me some wrong facts. So fine-tuning is definitely should be there if you are trying to use for a production use case, right? And if you are going to Kaggle, if you don't want to install anything, you can see this box, right? The text box in between, and start typing the code to experience the outcome. And the backend is same Vertex AI endpoint, which is trying to help you out, right? So that's it. It was a brief primer on Gemma. Hope you liked it and woke up from the sleep, including me.
Thank you so much, Preetham, for that introduction to Gemma. Any questions over here? Do we have any questions? It's the post-lunch session. Let's keep it interactive. Anyone has any questions? OK, I see a hand raised. You can be loud, yes?
Sorry?
How immune is it to prompt engineering? Prompt injection. OK, prompt injection.
Yeah, that's a tough question. I haven't experimented yet. So I tried with different prompts, and it's worth trying. Honestly, I have not tested with it. So it is a homework for me.
OK, cool. Thank you so much, Preetham. Yeah. Thanks for that lovely talk on Gemma. A lot of applause for Preetham Sahu. Well, while we get the next speaker up, let's see how many of you have been visiting the demo stalls. How many of you have been visiting the demo stall? Let me first start with that. OK, how many have you not gone to? Like, how many have not gone to the demo yet? Raise your hands, no problem. Let me see. Be honest. OK, cool, good. Very minute number over here. OK, so all those who said, you all went to the demo shows, how many demos are there outside? Raise your hands and somebody tell me the answer. Sir? OK, 13 he says. Any other answers? OK. 9. OK. Anybody else? 10. 10, are you sure? OK, someone in the back? 10. OK. 5. 7. OK. There are 10. 6. So I circle back to the gentleman here who gave the first answer. 13 is in fact the right answer. I didn't want to stop right there with the right answer. Then I had nothing to do because I have to, wait for the speaker to come. Okay, but out of the 13, how many of them were by GSDC? GDSE, okay, see? You're all awake. How many? Okay. It's not a multiple choice question. 3, 4, or 5. All of the above. Or none of the above. Well, for that, you have to go visit and check and then come back for the next session. Okay? With now, after the first session, after post-lunch, we're going to start with the next session on responsible AI and the importance of adversarial testing. AI has its own challenges. You never know what the answers are going to be. You never know what's going to be generated. Who's going to be responsible for something like, Pritam just touched upon something like nuclear bombs, Imagine everybody over here knows how to make one. तू जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है? And पीछे से Genai बोल रहा है, इसका बाप. But yeah, all that jokes aside, to talk about responsible AI and the importance of adversarial testing is Madhurima Maji, Program Manager at Google. With a round of applause, please welcome on stage Madhurima.
Hi, everyone. Everybody can hear me at the back? Can I get a thumbs up or a yes? OK, awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Madhurima. Everybody calls me MM because Madhurima can be a mouthful sometimes. I'm a program manager with Google Research. In Google Research, there's an org called Responsible AI and Human-Centered Technology. Pretty cool, right? I'm part of that org. And in my really short time with you today, what I'll do is I'll give you a brief overview of responsible AI innovation from our lens, particularly, and hope that it inspires you in some way to do more deeper engagements, to participate more, and try to learn more about responsible AI. Let me first start with sharing something that's very relatable to me. For the past couple of years, I don't come from a technical background. I studied English. So I've been trying to catch up with AI and all the technical aspects that come with working in Google Research. And I was listening to a fireside chat of a scientist I really deeply admire and think they know a lot about AI. And they said something that resonated very deeply with all the anxiety I have about everything that's moving forward and me not being able to catch up. He said that 10 or 15 years ago, when he was exploring AI, when nobody else was, there used to be maybe a few hundred papers a year to catch up on, and now it's a few 100,000 of papers on AI every couple of months. And it's nearly impossible for anybody in the world to know everything that's happening, for you to be updated with all the innovation, all this research, all the work that's happening, okay? So when I talk to you about responsible AI, or anybody here, any of the speakers talks to you about anything that's new, we hope that it doesn't intimidate you. The goal of my talk is really simple. I hope that the next time you hear there is a talk or an engagement or an activity or a course that's happening on responsible AI, it just inspires you to go check it out, right? If you can do that much, I hope that your learning continues, especially as next generation, this generation, AI geniuses, all of you need to sort of catch up to RAI as you catch up with the rest of the things that's happening in this really, really incredible space. OK, so with all that, let's get started. So responsible AI is a really, really interesting term for me. Like I said, having been in an English honors background, I came in thinking, what does that even mean? What is it that we talk about responsible AI here? So let me give you a brief overview. And I know you've heard a lot about how we got here and the history of AI. So I'll keep this super quick, and we'll get to the core of this super soon. So Google has been a pioneer in using machine learning in the portfolio of products and services that has been growing. I think as far back as 2001, we used very early machine learning models to predict or suggest spelling checks on your Google searches. I think in 2011, Google Research pushed for more progress in deep learning, And these deep learning models were then used to help you explore the world through Google Lens, or find addresses in Google Maps, or even just make sense of videos on YouTube. At the end of the day, whatever product and services we build at Google using machine learning, our intention is to make products that are useful to everyone everywhere. Deep learning is used heavily to make, for example, videos accessible by captioning them, so that you can access them in noisy environment, or if you're hard of hearing or deaf, or making image searches really accessible to everyone so that you can see these images if you have low vision. Now, scaling all of these model sizes and data has unlocked really, really powerful capabilities. Some of the ones that are really interesting and inspiring for me personally is unlocking all these new creative avenues, whether it's images, videos, text, code, and so on and so forth. AI is able to help us explore these new potentials of creativity, new avenues of creativity. Nothing seems impossible right now, right? The second part is democratization that I feel really good about because I don't know how to code. And AI has made it possible, whether you are deeply technical or not, you understand the tech world well or not, to be able to replicate these AI models really easily. And then finally, of course, breakthrough performance. I think you saw enough examples in this day itself where we are able to solve really complex math problems, science problems, language-related tasks. And all of this is really, really cool. However, all of these applications, these models, also have the potential to exhibit harm, right? They have the potential to stereotype, they have the potential to risk security, they have the potential to create biases. So how do we solve for this, or how do we build differently? This is a really short, good example of how we talk about AI in responsible AI. When we talk about building AI, we always urge people to think in these terms: build boldly, build responsibly, and build together. Now let's break this down so you understand this, all of these components bit by bit. What do we mean by build boldly? All of these amazing avenues that have been now opened up because of AI that really serves humanity, whether it's medicine, public health, chip design, forecasting, climate, with AlphaFold, protein folding, predicting protein folding, something that was unsolvable, a challenge that seemed like the greatest mammoth of challenge of all times, seemed possible. Climate forecasting, flood forecasting, these really critical problems, accessibility to maternal health in different parts of the world. All of these seem accessible. So when you're thinking of AI, all of these impossible, incurable, hard, long challenges suddenly today seem possible, seem accessible, seem solvable, or seem at least something we could attempt to do. But one of the things that, I'll give you an example of thinking boldly. One of the things we think very deeply about at Google, and Google Research particularly, is accessibility, solving for accessibility. Over 250 million people who have non-standard speech can't rely on the current speech technologies. Even though we have made huge leaps and bounds of progress in speech technology and making it accessible, still a huge population of the world that need the speech technology can't really rely on it to work correctly for them 100% of the times. So this is a great example of thinking boldly when you think of AI. Project Euphonia is a project from Google Research. The aim of this project is to be able to build speech technology that works for everyone with non-standard speech. And there's a bunch of initiatives within that project, whether it's improving ASR, doing more research, improving voice synthesis, or just having more diverse speech data. All of these aspects aim towards making speech technology more accessible to everyone everywhere. So when you're thinking about AI, there is a great opportunity for all of us to think about these gaps, think about all these failure patterns, and think about all of these unsolvable problems from the past that now seem accessible. So when you're thinking about AI, while it's fun, it's adventurous, it's innovative, it also has this transformational energy that you can use to solve for humanity. Now, this is the heavy topic. While AI is enormously beneficial, and you will keep hearing about all of the things you can do with AI, all of the things you can solve with AI, it also has a lot of risks, right? It has substantial risk, whether it's misinformation, disinformation, bias, stereotype, security concerns, surveillance. The list of harm is also endless. So very early on, I think in 2018, Google was one of the first companies or first organizations to come up with AI principles. Everything we build, everything we assess, everything we develop are guided by these AI principles. And I'll quickly walk you through this, and I will give you a quick summarization that you can implement as well, so please don't be bored. The first one is be socially beneficial. We've already touched upon this on the bold aspect, where when you're developing, think of the larger scheme of things. Think about how other people can benefit from what you're building, what you're developing, what you're testing. The other is to avoid creating or reinforcing biases. This is particularly important when you're building. Make sure that your data or your model is not perpetuating or creating new stereotypes, new biases, providing misinformation. A great example of this is the real tone feature in the camera in Pixel phones, Pixel 6 phones. What it does, it has improved the accuracy of representation of darker skin tone. It's part of a larger initiative by Google called Google's Image Equity Initiative, which aims at providing better camera products that are equitable and better representation. This team did a lot of work in understanding skin tone, especially of people of color, and more diverse faces and wide array of lighting conditions to make sure that these camera products are equitable, not biased, and do not have poor representation. Building and testing for safety. This one we'll deep dive into a little bit. When you're building anything AI-related, one of the most critical things that we keep harping on is test it for safety. Multiple rounds of adversarial testing, red teaming, what we call dog fooding, which is testing it for security. Make sure that in a constrained environment, you're exposing your models, you're exposing your AI to harmful scenarios to be able to see how it behaves and predict failure patterns. This is critical, and we'll show you a few examples of this. Be accountable to people. You're building for people. Know your audience. Make sure that they have control at all times, whether it's being able to provide you feedback or being able to change or modify input and output. Make sure that they are able to report bugs, provide feedback, FAQs. All of it should be very transparent and readily available to your audience. Incorporate privacy design principles. Make sure that they are in control of their data. Make sure that it's easily accessible to them, and they understand how their data is being used, where it is stored, what is the end result with the data, and make sure that they have control over it. And the final two is what I think most people who are in sciences, like all of you, care deeply about: upholding high standards of scientific excellence, do your homework, essentially, and be made available for users that accord with these principles. Stick to these principles, essentially. Now, all of this seems like a lot of theory, right? Like it's a lot of what we say in Hindi, gyan. It's a lot of knowledge. But how do you implement it? So I'm going to reduce all of these principles into bite-sized, actionable things that you can do right away. The first is be clear with users that you're engaging with something that's experimental, right? There are chinks, there will be failures, there will be misinformation. Make sure that when you're working on something that's experimental, the users know exactly how to use it and how much to rely on it. Offer clear documentation. As developers, as technical experts, the onus of educating your user also lies on you, right? Make sure that you have everything documented. Make sure that it's clear and transparent and freely and easily accessible. Maintain transparency. This one is big, and I think all of you are on the same page about this. Open source your data, have model cards, data cards. These are easy, simple ways in making sure that the audience feels like what you are providing is transparent. Your users trust you. And then finally, I've already touched upon this, have a feedback loop. Make sure that they are able to report problems, they're able to report bugs to you, they're able to give you simple feedback with a thumbs up, thumbs down button, and make sure that they have control over their data. These are all simple ways in which you can put all of these principles into your everyday use case. Okay. This is my favorite segment, which is to build together. Now, I think I'm definitely preaching to the choir, because all of you are incredible community members. You've made it here on a Saturday afternoon for a full day of conversation. So I don't have to tell you about the importance of community. I don't have to tell you the importance of having expert opinions, because all of you are really on the same page with us on this. But as you're building, make sure, irrespective of whether you're in a team of 10 or 10,000, we will never be able to correctly represent everyone, all cultures, all languages, all diverse opinions, right? So when you're building together, bringing in community is a really critical aspect of building for everyone, whether it is discovering unknowns through community participation or bringing in experts to understand what equity means, what diversity means, even to what you're building. All of these will play an incredible part in not just making your products richer, but also your journey. I think in all my time at Google, the most I've learned is when I talk to people from different walks in life and understand what their challenges are. How do they look at this product? What does equity mean to them, right? It all means very differently in different cultures and different languages. Their challenges are different. And unless and until you expose yourself and your models to criticism, to feedback, it's nearly impossible to build something that works for everyone. So I think if there is anything I want you to take from this long talk, is this, right? All we are trying to say in so many slides and so many words is that when you're building, the goal is not to just build the most cutting-edge, incredible, first-in-the-world AI, all of those things, of course, but also the goal is to create safe AI, because that is better for everyone, including yourself. So when you're thinking about your big project plan, PRD, think about the goal of building something that is safe, okay? And then I wanted to leave you with something to do. We don't have a lot of time for you to do a big red teaming activity, which I would love all of you to join us eventually later when we do plan that. But I wanted to leave you with something so that you get a taste of responsible AI. You understand how to actually work with it. So I have this component, which is adversarial testing, which is, I think, a fun part of all of this. How many of you have participated in any kind of red teaming, adversarial, stress testing events before? Raise of hands. Anybody? I see a few. OK, so all of you will probably get invited to a red testing event eventually, because all of you should experience that once. But what adversarial testing is very simple. It's a method in which we systematically evaluate an AI model or an application by exposing it to harmful, malicious content input and seeing how it behaves, right? The intent is to understand how to improve models by currently understanding what failure patterns are so that we can build mitigation, we can build guardrails, we can understand how it behaves when it is put in a harmful scenario. Now, there are a couple of nuances and flavors of adversariality, but there are two main ones. The one is explicitly adversarial, which means that you're attacking or trying to break a model by providing inputs that are clearly harmful, that are clearly policy violating. So abusive language or sensitive topics, like you saw an example of how do I build a nuclear bomb? Very, very explicitly problematic, right? But the more tricky one is implicit adversariality, which is when you are showing innocuous, innocent-looking inputs and still trying to break the model into giving you harmful, abusive, or unsafe responses. Innocuous queries often target sensitive demography. A very quick example, so the explicit adversariality you saw, or sometimes asking an LLM to give you a really long rant about a particular community, a particular country, or a religious group, that's explicit. Implicit is when you ask a loaded question. For example, why are women so cranky all the time? Right? It's a loaded question. Or asking a text generator to give you a person's description who's Irish, who likes to drink, right? It's already a loaded question, and you're tricking the system into giving you something that probably is stereotypical or racist or sexist or just abusive. So we do have an open running challenge called the Adversarial Nibbler Challenge. It's a prompt hacking competition. This is in collaboration with academia, so Harvard, Oxford, CMU, and a couple other universities, along with Google and ML Commons and Kaggle, launched this to expose people to understand adversariality and how ML models can be really easily tricked, especially with cultural examples. When we did this Nibbler challenge in sub-Saharan Africa, we came across this really strange example that we would never, in this whole time, ever be able to explore ourselves. When they put some prompt, there were pictures of very zoomed-in cat eyes of a cat. And everybody in the room marked it as unsafe, because culturally, looking at a cat's eye is considered bad omen, it's considered a sign of death. People said children would be scared if they saw it, it should have come up with a warning. How would we ever know that unless we expose models to understand cultural nuances? We did this event in a small setup in Bangalore a couple of weeks ago, and somebody said, there's a picture of a little girl with her feet towards her parents. And that's culturally inappropriate in India. You don't show your feet to your parents or a god, right? These are nuances that somebody sitting in the other part of the world would never understand. So unless you hack and you expose your ML models to all these cultural nuances, you will never be able to understand where the failure patterns are. So how do text-to-image AI models fail? Some of these are great examples. Stereotyping, asking it to generate an image of a person wearing this, holding that, right? You're already prompting the machine to build something that could be stereotypical, racist, sexist, right? Sexually explicit content, inappropriate pornographic content, violent, gory images, as well as harassment-related content. A good example is we put a nurse, just a nurse, on Dynabench, and it was just pictures of women. And that's obviously not true, right? We personally probably know men who are nurses. Just sometimes very simple implicit prompting can show you where your models and your data lacks. So I hope that you try this out. You can go to Dynabench or just Google Dynabench Nibbler Challenge and try to put in some inputs to see how easily you're able to trick models into giving something unsafe, giving something that's probably offensive and sexist or racist, right? So I'll leave you with some of these resources, but essentially what I hope that at the end of this session, you're inspired to learn a little bit more about responsible AI, spend a little bit more time learning, educating yourself, and next time you hear there is something responsible AI happening, you join, right? And if we do a red teaming event, we'll definitely invite all of you. Thank you so much.
So much, Madhurima, for that excellent talk on responsible AI. I'm pretty sure lots of food for thought over there. They keep coming back to food after lunch. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? I say again, how's everyone doing now? But good to see the crowd still here. I hope you guys stick around. We've got some excellent talks, and it's now time to get a little bit more technical. Our next speaker is a GDE, a Google Developer Expert on machine learning. And here to talk about tuning, DPO aligning, and evaluating Gemma is Rishiraj Acharya, who's a Google Developer Expert on the machine learning platform. On your stage now, Rishiraj.
Hi all. So yes, I'm that guy you have been seeing wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt. Hi. So I'm Rishiraj Acharya. I am a Google Developer Expert in machine learning. I was the first GD from the Generative AI category in India. And I'm a Hugging Face fellow. Anyone heard of the company called Hugging Face? Mostly my talk will be based on their products related to Gemma, so you better know that company well. I have been a Google Summer of Code student at TensorFlow. I am the organizer of TensorFlow User Group Kolkata, and something great that the India developer community does is organize ICS every year. And as a TFUG organizer, I have been to ICS several times. And It is there I met one amazing Google speaker. His name is Sebastian, and learned this really interesting way of speaking, where throughout this slide, in any of these slides, there will be one light bulb, right? I will not tell you how the light bulb looks, where it can be placed. It can be anywhere. Whenever any one of you sees that light bulb, just shout light bulb. Okay? And anyone who does that first would get this TFUG Kolkata thing from me. So just stay aware of that and look into the slides. I'm also a Kaggle competition master. I am a machine learning engineer at DynoPy. Note, I am not an API caller. I'm a proper machine learning engineer. And so I expect you to I expect you to ask questions after this. I will finish this talk first. And I expect all of you to ask questions related to ML, related to your ML career maybe, related to any fine-tuning issues that you have faced previously. So all of this works. And I'm also a helpful monkey at GDG Cloud Kolkata. Fine. So let's start with assistant training pipeline. So what goes behind training an open source large language model like maybe Gemma? So the first stage, as many of you might know, is called as pre-training. So Google releases, companies like Google, maybe Microsoft, and many other such companies releases models that they have pre-trained on their data. This generally requires several $1 billion of investment, not something that you and I can do in our own computer labs. So Google has released this model called Gemma. And what a pre-trained model does is it basically does just text completion. It does not answer your questions. It is a transformer model that has been given a lot of data, almost all of entire internet. And it basically just does text completion based on the knowledge that it had gained. So if you ask a question like, is Google a DJ, as it's rocking the Gen AI party, it will probably say like, yes, they are dropping some serious knowledge beats with their research and innovation. This is not an answer to this question. It's just a completion kind of thing that they are doing, right? So for using it in your own workflows, you need to fine-tune this model. So the next step is called supervised fine-tuning. So Google has also released this step as well, supervised fine-tuning. If you go to the Gemma repository, you will find Gemma 7b IT. So that IT is instruction tuned. So in this step, we take pairs of questions and answers. Typically, that ranges from some 10,000 pairs to, it can go up till 1 lakh pairs. We take such a data set and train our base model to do question answering task, multi-turn question answering, single-turn question answering. And after this, you will get something that gives you an answer, right? Is Google a DJ as it's rocking the Gen AI party? You will now get, yes, Google is a DJ. They are dropping knowledge bits with their research and innovation. Note, this is not the right answer, right? This is the wrong answer. But it's an answer, and the task of SFT model is to provide answer, not to provide pleasing answers. So what can you do to get pleasing answers? The next step is called as aligning. There are several kinds of alignment techniques, but it comes under this umbrella of alignment. So anyone have used popular chat website like Cat PPT? I will not name the product, of course, Google event. But anyone who have used it have seen this thumbs down or thumbs up button beside those replies, right? So that is what you are giving feedback to those language models, that this is a likable response or this is not a likable response. So you are actually helping them prepare those data sets for further aligning their models. So after you collect human AI preferences, now you will have the absolutely right response that no, Google is an AI company. Comparing them to a DJ emphasizes their exciting developments, right? So now you know the overall pipeline. Let's jump to the pre-training part. How can we do this pre-training? No, sad to say, none of you present here, I guess, until and unless you are a multi-billionaire, you cannot do pre-training. This is typically done by very expensive research labs. Google has recently published Gemma. A handful of, I can even name almost all of the pre-trained models that are available in the internet. It's like less than 5 in the 7 billion category. So like Meta released their open source model Llama in 2023. And in the paper, they said they used 2048 A100 GPUs. Like I have one A100 GPU that costs me around 5,000 in Google Colab. So you can understand how much running 2,400 GPUs constantly for a month would have costed them. They got a bill of around $5 million. So let's jump to the more feasible part, that is supervised fine-tuning. Most of you would be doing supervised fine-tuning, not pre-training. So the first step in supervised fine-tuning is loading the data set. There are I don't know how my slide templates got messed up, but those things were within those boundaries, but okay. Maybe different computer, different pixel densities. Anyway, so the first step is loading the data set. There are several data sets available in Hugging Face, maybe even in Colab. You can load any data set in the format of question, answer. There can be a question column, there can be an answer column. Examples of these data sets include the Alpaca data set, maybe. There is UltraChat, there is No Robots. Right when in 2021, around that time when GPT 3.5 was released, none of these data sets existed, right? Now the craze has been to create synthetic data sets like this using large language models like Gemini. People with a lot of money, they've spent several thousands of dollars on making consecutive API calls to maybe models like Gemini, and they train their own data set. So that's the first step. And you will get in format like content user and then content assistant, like multi-turn conversation, just like you do in Cat PPT, user assistant, like such format. The next okay, so you had the first one. Just contact me after this event, and I'll give you that. No, this is the first light bulb I remember I placed. Okay, so the next step is application of chat template. So as I said, there can be multiple columns, right? Questions, answer maybe. But if you remember, in the pre-training model, the model was just for text completion. So you need to give data to the model in a format that it's just plain text, not such columns. So you format your data set from question answer to this one single text appendation format, like start of turn. This is the template for Gemma that was recently published in their paper. So start of turn user, then append what the user says, end of turn, then start of turn model, append what the model says. In this format, you create a chat template formatted data from your data set. And then the normal supervised fine-tuning stuff. This is using the SFT trainer from Hugging Face. There you mention there's hyperparameters like learning rate, gradient accumulation steps. These are commonly available on the internet. However, if you are too lazy to do all of these things, there are packages like AutoTrain. Google's Vertex also offers auto-training facilities. So you can use those auto-training things. However, if you want to do it this manual way, you have got SFT trainer. Fine. Now the alignment part. This is the part which is little more technical. So let's come to the most classic technique of alignment called RLHF. So when OpenAI released their models, they essentially had a 3-step procedure, right? The first step was, in fact, even if in Gemini or almost all these large language models that you see today, this all follows this same or similar steps. This was pioneered by Google in their transformer papers, and then if you have read the ULM fit paper, you might know this training pipeline thing. So the first step is, as I said, supervised fine-tuning. Create data set of question-answer pair, and then supervise fine-tune your model. Then the second step is creating a reward model. So what reward model does is, they hire specific people to rate conversations. You ask the same question to an LLM, get 5 responses, and hire people to manually sit and rate which response do they like better than the other. Like this is first, this is second, third, fourth, fifth. Like this, you create a rating data set, and then you train a reward model that can identify which results can go upwards in rank. And once you have a reward model, then you apply any reinforcement learning techniques like PPO to train your model, the SFT model, in such a way that this reward model gives it the highest score, right? So we do this typically in a reinforcement learning environment. However, there are several challenges involved with RLHF. First, one of the major thing was something called as reward model hacking. So what we saw that if we follow this approach, the model of course often learns irrelevant patterns from the data. Like it had learned that giving slash increases the score. So it started producing series of slash, slash, slash and such stuff. And also you got 3 model, right, to maintain. The first SFT model, then a reward model, then another combined model. So with even with modern architectures, it was very compute intensive to do such things where you are working with 3 models. So now the modern technique is DPO. In DPO, you don't need to rate those models. It is a technique where we call it direct preference optimization. It is a technique where you do this binary, this response is better or this response is better. Just like I was shown you for that, is Google a DJ company example. There was one yes, there was one no. You just train your SFT model for that, and we are able to get pretty good responses from such models. That's pretty comparable to the RLHF counterpart, right? So there are obviously data sets that exist now, like the Nectar data set, Orca DPO pairs. You can just go to Hugging Face. These are already available for you to try for fine-tuning. Yeah, so this scary equation, this simple equation I will tell you, don't get scared. The first term is for the positive responses, like the preferred response, and the second minus term is for the negative responses or the unpreferred response. And the task of DPO is to increase this distance, right? So yes, there are links that you can follow to learn more about DPO aligning. There are other techniques as well that has evolved similar to DPO, like DeepMind from Google released this technique called IPO, where they introduced a regularization term that prevented overfitting of such alignment models. We also have KTO. KTO is from a company called Contextual AI. Contextual AI, they developed a technique by which no such binary alignment would be required at all. Like first there were 5 preferences, now there were binary preferences, and with KTO you won't need binary responses at all. There is also this iterative DPO that does DPO multiple times to get even better results. Right. So now you have a proper model fine-tuned and aligned for your needs. Now we jump to the evaluation part. So there are different metrics we use for evaluation. Have you guys, any one of you guys have went through the Gemini release when the website even? If you have went through the website, you would have seen these benchmarks that they have published, comparing it with to other closed source models that they have defeated by the time they released it. So the first evaluation metric that we popularly use is MMLU. MMLU is a collection of 57 subjects. It's general day-to-day conversations, and the goal is to reduce the Abhirami was talking about cosine similarity distances. The goal is to reduce that cosine similarity with the actual output and maybe the output that the model is giving out. The next evaluation metric is HELA-SWAG. It is common sense reasoning activity evaluation metric. Recently, there was a trend in Twitter where people are asking questions like, I can save a nuclear war if I waste a plate of pasta. Should I waste a plate of pasta? And models were giving answers like, wasting pasta should never be done. It's not a good practice. So HELA-SWAG is a evaluation metric that helps to determine such things. Also, we have got the math metric and the GSM 8K metric that's used for arithmetic operation evaluation. And we also have human eval metric that we use for Python code generation. Like many of you are using LLMs for getting comments on your Python code, maybe generating code. So human eval is a metric that you would be mostly focused on. Right. So how can you see the comparison of such models? Hugging Face has this really good open LLM leaderboard where all of the open source large language models are compared. And if you see, Google's Gemma is ranking first, followed by Qwen, Deci, Microsoft's Phi, and all such things. Gemma is really the flagship 7 billion parameter model that we have currently in open source. Apart from this OpenLLM leaderboard where we follow the metric-based evaluation procedure, we also have a chatbot arena. Chatbot arena is a place where humans rate the responses, right? So they have around 10,000 users who regularly compete against LLMs and rate their responses, which they like better. So with that, we have this leaderboard. Yeah, so I finished my session 10 minutes earlier just to entertain all of your questions, and I really want it to be interactive. These are my socials, you can follow me, but I want this session to be interactive. So any question, just raise your hand. Okay, yeah, please. Questions can be related to generative AI, question can be related to NLP, your career choice, maybe you're in first year, second year, threatened by job, okay.
Hi, so you started with basic aligning things and you explained RLHF and DPO and stuff, right? That was technical, purely technical, amazing talk, but I want to understand from a researcher point of view, in what conditions you apply RLHF and what would be your mindset? What would be your approach? Okay, this is time to move to DPO or KTO. So I know that you have been training lots of models on OpenLLM, like CatPPT I've been mentioning about, right? So just want to understand from that approach perspective that this is time to switch tuning and this is how the model is not going good and I expect it to work like that. Okay, maybe that technique will work. If not, then what's your approach in training this kind of models?
Claps for Anshuman. Anshuman is the newest GD we have in this auditorium. He's a GD in ML as well. So, see, there are different conditions where you apply RLHF, where you apply DPO. First thing to note that in RLHF, the loss function is not differentiable. So you cannot apply backpropagation in RLHF, whereas in DPO, you can apply backpropagation and you can get a better tuned model really fast than RLHF. Also, RLHF is really compute intensive, requires at least 3 times more compute power than DPO. Also, DPO requires a lot less manual labor, like that reward modeling step is gone, so you don't need a rating data set. You can just do with 1 good response, 1 bad response. Yeah, and pretty much the results of DPO is often better. See, if we do RLHF and DPO equally well, then RLHF is better than DPO in the results. However, RLHF is immensely hard to achieve. There are very few companies that have done RLHF properly. So in most use cases for us, ML engineers and startups, DPO is the way to go. I hope that answers my question. Yeah, you. You can shout as well. Maybe I can hear. Yeah. Gemma was not compared with Llama because Gemma is way better than Llama. I'm telling you from a practitioner point of view, Gemma is almost similar. Gemma 7 billion parameter model is almost similar to Llama's 13 billion parameter model. And of course, Llama was released a year back. So there have been different models that came. I'll just go back. Okay, I cannot go back. Could you please get my slides on the screen? Okay, so you can see models like Quen, DeciLM, they all came this year or so, and they all perform better than Llama. There have been fine-tuned versions of Llama which are better than Gemma maybe, but here we are comparing the base models, and if we compare the base models, Gemma is way ahead of Llama. Even Mistral's 7 billion parameter model is way ahead of Llama. So even Mistral is not mentioned here. These are really the best models.
Okay.
I hope that answers.
And what about the tokens? So how many tokens was it trained on, and how many tokens were used for fine-tuning?
Okay, generally Gemma and popular other models are trained on 2048 tokens. We have closed source models from Google called like Gemini 1.5 that has like now more than 1 million token length. However, context window, but Gemma and most other open source models are trained on either 2048 tokens or 1000 some, basically half of 1024 tokens. So Gemma was trained on 2048 tokens.
Okay.
2048 for reference is like 4 essays, so you can fit a lot of text as well. Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah.
2048 was the total number of tokens.
Total
the
number of
entire
tokens.
data set contained of just 2048 tokens.
No. Okay, so Gemma takes 2048 tokens at a time, right? That is the maximum number of tokens you take at a time. The data set contains huge amount of data, like approximation of those data sets range around more than 50,000 conversations. So each conversation will have around maybe 512 tokens. So we generally don't compare tokens of data set. The token length that Gemma was trained on was 2048.
Okay, thank you.
Hope that answers. Yes. Yes. Okay, so what he's talking about is called parameter efficient fine tuning. We achieve this, we call this popularly PEFT. There are techniques like LoRa. So the thing is, with larger and larger language models coming out, like 13 billion or even 72 billion parameter models, it becomes very difficult to fine-tune that entire model on a GPU, right? One single GPU. Like the T4 GPU that you have comes with around 16 GB. T4 GPU that you have in Collab, free Collab, comes with around 16 GB of GPU capacity. 16 GB, a 7 billion parameter model typically occupies around 14 GB. So you can think that any greater sized model won't be fine-tunable on a consumer GPU. So here we have techniques like PEFT, wherein we don't fine-tune the entire large language models, right? We fine-tune just the last few layers, maybe, the layers that is responsible for giving us question-answer kind of responses. We fine-tune those layers. We also often add few layers in between. And in this way, we are able to get similar performance to a fully fine-tuned model, but with lot less compute and in really shorter time durations. So I hope that answers. Yeah, you. Yes. Yeah.
With some of these open source models, right, there is naturally a risk where some, antisocial elements could take some of these open source models and use it for nefarious purposes. So what is your take on that, and how does Google in particular, like in some of these open source models, intend to enforce the responsible AI parameters into these models is what I'm keen on understanding.
Okay. So first, disclaimer, I do not represent Google in any way, so I will not be able to take, say on Google's take. However, I can say on my take. So first is, you see, fire was discovered. People could use fire for burning others. However, fire was an important discovery that changed humanity forever. And so is open source language models. Google or any other company as a AI company can have control over their closed source language models like they have for Gemini. It is really hard to make Gemini answer anything irresponsible. In fact, Gemini is extra responsible if we observe from current findings. Other companies also have responsibility checks around their system. However, it really is hard to control open source language models, but it is a common observation that there are generally more good forces than bad forces, and if you want to use unfiltered models, there are models that are fine-tuned on the Dolphin dataset maybe that can give you answers to any kind of question that you ask, but that's good for a YouTube video. We at People don't really use it for constructive purposes. So maybe the craze will die someday, and we can hope for the best. Any other question? I have just a minute left now.
Hi. So you expressed about this DPO model, right?
Yes.
This is also a kind of reinforcement learning model because this a reward is a binary one. It's positive or negative or 0 or 1, whatever you say.
Okay.
So in this case, because this LLM itself is a minimum LLM, if I'm not wrong, 800 billion parameters? Or 800 million?
7 billion parameters.
Okay, 7 billion, say. So of course, reinforcement learning model is also a kind of huge model, right? When I personally trained a deep reinforcement learning model, I find that this is one of the huge model for computation, where I have done it on ResNet.
Okay, I understood your question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So to clarify, no, DPO is not really an RLHF reinforcement learning model. Here we are taking out that RLHF part. PPO, which was a precursor of DPO, was a reinforcement learning approach. However, DPO is not, because we have taken out the RLH, the reward model stage, and we are just training that this is a good response, this is a bad response. RLHF does is it explores the data set and find out ways how it can improve, right? But for DPO, we don't find out ways. We just give it a good response, just give it a bad response, and teach the model. So it is kind of a fine-tuning process as well.
Yeah, but for that also, this you are using this reward, right?
No, I am not using, in DPO we don't use reward at all.
Okay. This is not reward.
This is not a reward-based model.
Okay.
We just, this is like classical fine-tuning. You just teach the model that this is a good response, that's it.
So altogether, how many parameters will come into picture?
You can do it with all the parameters as well. You can do a PEFT aligning that will be in around million, maybe 125 million parameters or so. You can do that very well.
Okay.
I hope that answers.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Rishi Raj. Thank you again. Rishi will be around, I'm pretty sure, so probably, okay, I guess, yeah. You can talk to him offline as well. Well, it's time for the penultimate session of the day. One more to go after this. It's been a long, long day, so I hope you guys are still active enough and awake. Are you all awake? Oh, that's good to hear. Well, time now to learn about how Usha Rengaraju, Chief of Research at Exa Protocol, built a bot using Intel 1 API, Gemma 2B, and Gemini Pro. With a round of applause, please welcome Usha Rengaraju.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So this is going to be a very quick talk. But because I am demonstrating a project which I've done as a part of Gemini and Gemma Sprint. Yeah. So this is a project in collaboration with Intel team. So we have done the benchmarking with Intel CPUs in Intel Developer Cloud. We're yet to do the benchmarking in Intel Gaudi processors. We might be getting the access to the Gaudi processors in a couple of weeks. And post which the benchmarking results of the same project will be released in the blog. You can watch out for the blog. So I'll quickly, I don't have to give an introduction on Gemini because there were a lot of talks on Gemini earlier to this as well. Gemini is one of the best models to come out from the Google ecosystems. It offers multiple capabilities in multiple modalities. But in the context of this project, I'm just using Gemini Pro's free version, Gemini Pro free API. So you can go to the AI Studio and you can grab the API key. And here I'm just going to use Gemini Pro for clustering. So there's a data set here, so I'm just going to group the answers of the data set using Gemini Pro. So I'm just, in the context of clustering is where I'm going to use Gemini Pro in this project. And for fine-tuning, I'm going to use Gemma, the Google's recent open source models. I'm going to use Gemma 2B. I'm going to use it. I'm not using it from the Keras NLP side. I'm using it from the Hugging Face ecosystem. And about Gemini and Gemma, there were a lot of talks about its capabilities from morning, so I'm just keeping it out of interest of time. And so it's the benchmarking this is of how Gemma performs in versus the other open source models. So one of the main components which I'm using in this pipeline is Intel 1 API. So Intel 1 API is an open source specification to come out from the Intel AI Analytics Toolkit. So one of the main reasons why people use Intel 1 API is you can run your code across accelerators without much change of code. You don't have to change any lines of code when you run it on GPUs or versus any other future accelerators which are going to come up. You don't have to modify your code every time. So at the moment, for certain use cases, you might have to make certain tweakings when you run it on TPUs, and when you run your code on GPUs, you might have to tweak it a bit. But when you use Intel 1 API, it's an open source specification, which means your company can adapt to it and build your own custom component on top of it as well. So that's one of the advantages of Intel 1 API specification. And in terms of performance, here I'm going to use Intel's extension of PyTorch. So in terms of performance, for any use case, most of the performance is somewhere between 5 to 10% higher. when you use Intel version of PyTorch, Intel optimized version of PyTorch, there's around 5 to 10% of performance boost, which is quite good. For certain time-intensive applications, I think their performance matters. Even performance in the scale of 0.11 matters a lot. Imagine 5 to 10% boost, that's something a lot. And so some of the parameters and configurations specifically in the context of the project which I'll be using is Intel AMX, which is Advanced Matrix Extensions. This is again an inbuilt accelerator in Intel CPU. So right now Intel Developer Cloud is open for everyone, so you can go create an account, but you'll get access only to Intel CPUs at the moment. So this is an inbuilt accelerator in Intel Xeon processors. This is for accelerating your workflows, both training and inference workflows. This offers an acceleration. And I'll also be using mixed precision training. So mixed precision training is generally used in your deep learning training models, commonly used technique where you use a combination of different precisions, both B-float, pure, float 32, and all of this. This is, again, a technique to increase your performance. So if you see a comparison between B-float 16 and float 32, so in terms of performance, B-float 16 offers me the same performance as float 32, but it occupies very little memory. It occupies 16 bits of memory, but at the same time gives me a performance boost closer to float 32. So yes, I'm going to use Intel extension, Intel optimized version of PyTorch, which is IPEX, which is called IPEX. So this is a wrapper around your PyTorch, stock PyTorch version, which gives you a very boost performance increase both in training and in inference. For this project, it's somewhere between 5 to 7% performance boost in CPU itself. I think in a couple of weeks' time, I'll be doing benchmarking in Intel Gaudi 2 GPUs. So I'll be putting the benchmarking results in GPU as well. So watch out for the blog after a couple of weeks. So the project starts now. For this project, I'm going to use Kizan AI's farmers query call data. So Kizan AI is a Government of India project. So it's a Build for Bharat initiative where you have a chatbot coming up in multiple languages. At the moment, it supports around 5 to 7 languages, Marathi, Tamil, and Hindi, and other languages as well. You can ask, farmers can go log into Kizan AI chatbot, and you can ask questions in your regional language, and you will get answers out of it. There's an open source data set which Kizan AI team have also outsourced it. You will find a partial version of that data set in Kaggle. So it's called Farmers Query Call Data. I've used the Kaggle version of the data set here. You will also find other versions of the data sets elsewhere as well, which might be more proper version. But for this demo project, I'm using the Kaggle's data set here. And so, yeah. So I'm going to reformat, in this project, I'm going to reformat my data set a bit. So it's going to be in the form of a CSV file, the original data set, which you find it in Kaggle. So I'm going to rearrange it a bit. I'm going to bring it to the format of instructions. And then I'm going to have input and the response format. I'm going to do a bit of reformatting to the original data set, which is available in Kaggle. So this is a piece of code which does that. So bringing into the format of instructions, input, and response. This is one particular pre-processing, which I do it on the data set. So the entire project, it's just maybe a max, it'll take you like 30 to 40 minutes to complete if you're starting for the first time. But for somebody who already has a code base, it hardly takes you like 15, 20 minutes to build such projects. So this demonstration is all about how you can build very interesting applications using Gemma in just 15 to 20 minutes. Using all these APIs and all these tools. So this is a bit of a pre-processing on the data set. So I'm doing a pre-processing and bringing it to this format. And if I'm doing an analysis, Gemini Pro can be used for a lot of reasons. You can do fine-tuning using Gemini Pro. I think 2 weeks back, Gemini team had released the fine-tuning options as well. So you can do fine-tuning as well. But this project was done, I think, a month ago. Back then, fine-tuning using Gemini Pro was not available. So this is a free API, so you can go to the AI Studio, grab your API key, and then you can use. I'm getting the embeddings for the answers. So my data set has got answers. So I'm taking the embeddings for the answers, and I'm using Intel optimized scikit-learn to actually do a clustering. So again, you can use Intel optimized scikit-learn or the normal clustering. It's just a data analysis, so you feel free to use whatever algorithms out there. So Intel optimized scikit-learn can give you a performance boost again in terms of training or inference time. I think it will give you a performance boost. So I can just get an insights about how the answers are, the similarity of answers in the data set. So you can use Gemini Pro for data analysis as well, and a lot more other uses in addition to the traditional uses where it's being used. There are other use cases where you can use Gemini Pro as well. So here in this context, I'm using Gemini Pro for data analysis. I'm doing a basic clustering of my answers. So again, the pipeline for the project is going to be very, very simple. So I'm going to use my Gemma 2B model from Hugging Face. So if you want to use Intel optimized scikit-learn, you will have to enable this flag as true, use_IPEX as true. And at the moment, I'm doing benchmarks on Intel Xeon CPUs, so I'll have to make no_CUDA as true. But if you're going to run it on GPUs, the only parameter which you will end up changing is make this CUDA parameter as false. That's the only change you will do when you want to benchmark it on GPUs. And then I'm using SFT trainer from Hugging Face. And the model is my Gemma 2B model. And I'm using my training data set. That's it, train. That the project is over. It's just 15 minutes of it might take, to put across this project, it may hardly take 15, 20 minutes of time. And with Intel, I'm just getting a very good performance boost in terms of training time compared to without Intel optimizations. So this is benchmark on Intel Xeon CPUs. Watch out for the GPU benchmarking in a couple of weeks' time. And there are some advancements to this project, which I'll be doing it as well. At the moment, it takes text as an input, and it takes English text as an input. So I'm planning to incorporate multilinguality into it. I'm planning to integrate it with Bashini tech stack as well. And I'm planning to get voice as an input and then give voice back as an output, and also incorporate multilinguality. So all of this will be done in the next couple of weeks, and the benchmarking in GPUs will also be done in a couple of weeks' time. So watch out for my GitHub repository. So this is a demo of the project. My username in Hugging Face is TensorGirl. So you can Google out for TensorGirl, and then you'll find a lot of Gen AI projects out there. So you can test out the demo here. So here, pest on brinjals. This is a question which I'm asking, and the answer, based on the answers, is suggesting maybe you should spray malathion so a certain litter, and you have to have a waiting period of 5 to 7 days. So this is a working of a bot. This was just trained in 1,000 rows of data, because I was using Intel CPUs, so I couldn't train the entire data set. The data set has 60,000 rows. So I couldn't train the data set. With just training of 1,000 rows of data, I was able to get a decent performance. Maybe if you train it on the entire data set, it might give you a better performance as well. So yeah, I've got other Gemma projects as well, one on text emotion recognition, and I think I have got around 15 Gen AI projects in my GitHub repository. A lot of very, very interesting coding assistant, then e-commerce chatbot, a lot of around 15. So you're looking for any domain Gen AI use case, you'll find something similar in my GitHub repository. So I would recommend scanning up and checking out the projects for yourself. So you'll find the corresponding articles in my Medium as well. So I put up a lot of interesting blogs. There's one more project which I put it on intent recognition in banking. Again, it's a Gemini project. So you give a customer, create an account, so intent recognition. Again, it's a Gemini. You'll find that entire project in my GitHub repository. You can just check out the other projects as well. There's one outside in the demo booth as well. The entire code, I think, Farmer's Bot, you'll find it outside as well in the demo booth. And with this, yeah, these are resources which I've used. Yeah, thank you. Scan it.
Thank you, Usha. Thanks for that lovely talk. And good to see that you can build apps like this, which have real use cases. I hope you guys go and take a look at the demos outside. There are a bunch of them, and they're all aimed at such use cases. So again, round of applause for Usha, everyone. That was a great talk. We are now at the end of it all. How has the day been so far? Excellent? Let me hear some sounds over here. Was it great? Was it awesome? This is so tough to answer, no? Was it great, excellent, awesome? But overall, show of hands, how many of you, see, everybody just showed their hands. They're like, nah, I don't know, whatever you're asking, I want in. But yeah, jokes aside, how many of you have learned something new today? That is excellent. A round of applause for all the speakers on stage. And congratulations to you all. You learned something new today. With that, it's time for the last session on the day. And unveiling the Neo4j and Gemini with a demo is Siddhant Agarwal, Developer Relations Lead, APAC at Neo4j.
Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? Can't hear you. How are you all doing? Come on. Show some energy. I know I'm the one who is stopping you to go out. Feel free to go out. It's your wish. Just kidding. Just stick around. So today I'm going to talk about an interesting project which I developed over the weekend. Everyone relates to Mahabharata, right? Yes? Great. I am an ML engineer. Sorry, no. I am an API caller. No offense to Rishiraj, please. I just edited the slide 2 minutes ago. Sorry, bro. The intent is that, of course, you're doing a great job, but the intent is that being an API caller as well, you can do wonders, you can do great things. I have not done anything super great. It's just a super fancy stuff which I have done. A little about me, I lead developer relations for Asia Pacific at Neo4j. For those who don't know Neo4j, I'm going to talk about in a while. Started my career as Java technology engineer at IBM. Turned my passion into profession, which is what I'm doing right now, developer relations and community building. All the talks, workshops, sessions which I do on tech is purely out of passion. Nothing relates to my daily work role. An ex-Googler, worked with 2 startups in the past. I have a passion for innovation and design thinking. Almost a decade of experience in DevRel and community building. Also GDG Cloud Bangalore organizer, so folks who are interested to know more about it. I have something for you towards the end. That's my Twitter handle if you wish to get connected with me. Okay, moving on. What's the agenda for the day today for my talk? Some random gyan on Gen AI, which you have already learned for the entire day. A selfish plugin for Neo4j, because I work with Neo4j. They're paying me my salary, not for the meter, for this conference. Gemini. We'll talk about Gemini. We've been doing this the entire day. We'll talk more. And of course, time to break things. But no, we'll build things together with Gen AI, Gemini, and Neo4j. OK, great. So first thing first is Gyan on Gen AI. Who has built something on LLMs? There are some amazing demos out there. Other than that, has anyone ever built something on LLMs? Gen AI? Any application? Great, awesome. Can anyone just talk in like 300 characters? What have you built? Maybe you want to talk about it. Twitter-like introduction of what you have built. Knowledge base, in a chatbot format. Awesome, great. I'll talk about it as well.
Hey, here, hello.
Anyone else? Yes.
Yeah, hi.
Yes, hi.
So yeah, I used MetaLlama model. So there was this SQL-based natural language to prompt building was going on. So what I thought was like, why not build a NoSQL-based query using natural language?
Great.
So
I'm covering up that part as well. I'm not doing the NoSQL part. I'm doing the text to cipher. But yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the idea was something like this.
Great.
There was this OpenSQL database. I got it from Kaggle, and I tried to train it. But the dataset was so small. I was not able to get an efficient model. So I got to know that the database is small, so I will run more epochs on it. So at the end, I was able to get a decent enough NoSQL query management. I ran it across a MongoDB, and I was able to get the response there. Then I got to know that they have built it in the same way which I have done.
Yes.
And in the MongoDB, they have added it as a console. So I wanted to do something innovative. So what I did was, I like anime and Pokemon and stuff. So I built a Pokédex engine.
Wow.
So it was like a camera-based.
Everyone loves Pokemon, yes? Great.
So it was like, thank you guys. So it was like, I have a Pokédex, I use Raspberry Pi camera, and I drew something. It will take its Pikachu, means it will understand it's Pikachu, and it will, as the database, its stats, that Pokemon card, everything. So that's about it, guys.
Great, great. Let's talk further after the event. One last person who has built something. Anyone? Yes, yes, please. You, the one in green. You can just speak up. I think you should be louder.
नहीं वो बोल रहा है क्या उधर
Great.
So we trained a model for with all the templates for Terraform files and single source of truth files, which is regarding compliance, and that would take that in consideration and build you a compliant, ready to deploy enterprise architecture. Yeah.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much. Just in the interest of time, I'll move forward. Great stuff, whatever you've built. Why I touched base on that? Because LLMs are hot. It's the hottest market. Everyone is just talking about Gen AI and LLMs these days. Is it like another hype cycle, probably for the VCs to invest in founders to raise money? Maybe, maybe not. Could be a breakthrough in usefulness in general public. Yes, we have seen ChatGPT, Bard, Gemini. Helpful for text and image processing for sure, yes. They are available through APIs for people like me. I was an API caller. I can do it easily with the natural language. Content and code generation for sure. People over here, a lot of you have been using it for programming. Anvit was asking you who all are programmed, but I see less hands. Essentially, everything comes to money because Gen AI has a huge potential to unlock almost a $6.6 trillion of economic value. Money, everyone relates to, yes, and that's where the potential is. The applications that you build can help you unlock a lot of economic value. In general, what is an LLM? We call it as the world's most sophisticated autocomplete. It takes in the pre-trained text and starts predicting an output. So there is an input, and it starts predicting a next output out of it. So if it says, it's raining cats, and so it takes the previous words as input and then predicts an output based on the pre-trained data set that they have, on which it is trained on. For sure, it can help you solve some classic natural language problems like entity extraction, classification, summarization, sentiment analysis, translation, so on and so forth. These are 5, 6, 7 good use cases of LLMs these days. Okay, coming back to our project or the topic for the day, Mahabharata. Now, I'm going to show 2 slides. There are 2 questions, one in each slide. Whoever gives me the answer, I'll give out a T-shirt, okay? Everyone ready? How many characters are there in Mahabharata? Show of hand, come on. Okay, yes, you. 11.
11.
Wow, seriously, 11. Okay, anyone else? I'm going to give 3 chances for each question, and then I'll give you the answer. Yes, sir. 11. 111. You mean 1100? Okay. 111. Okay. 6.
Yeah. 2,736.
How much?
2,736.
Did you Google it right now? Did you use Gemini?
I did. But I'm being honest about it.
That's an incorrect answer.
But
why? Because there is no exact number. Okay. There is no exact number. The historians say it's somewhere beyond 2,000 characters. The major characters is, of course, somewhere in the range of 100 to 200. Those are the major characters in the entire epic. The actual numbers is way more than 2,000. Okay, so nobody gets a T-shirt, but yeah, I'll give it one to you. How many relationships are there in this epic? Character to character relationship. Of course, it's many to many. Of course, that's very obvious. Come on. Be little creative, not this creative. Any number you want to give? Yes? Undefined, actually. Because you really can't define those 2,000 characters. When there is no count of the characters, you can't really define the relationship that exists. But it's somewhere close to 5,000 to 7,000 relationships that exist between the characters. But I'll give it one to you for undefined one. OK, so the project which I'm talking about, I have done the hard task of taking the text and putting it into the data set. The data set doesn't exist, so I just did this on my own. It has 191 nodes, 191 persons, 191 characters, you can say, and 579 relationships. These only I can do it. I was tired. I didn't have energy to do more. The one that you see on the right over there, that's basically the entire graph that came out. Just not the entire, but a very small portion of it, to say. Now, why I use graphs, or why I use Neo4j, I'll talk about it in a while, but just to get set in the context. As I said, there are so many characters, there are so many relationships. There's one-to-many relationships, one-to-one relationships as well. It's super tough to do it in a relational database. Versus in a graph database, it makes it very easy, and you can find some hidden connections as well. For example, like I say that who is father of Karn, it's a very straightforward answer. I can find it directly from my database. But then I say, who are the parents of Karn, right? There's no direct relationship that exists that this person is parent of Karn. There's only a relationship of, if you notice this one, there's a father of and a mother of relationship. But I can use these two as a parameters and then try to find out who are the parents of Karn. So this is what I'm trying to do in this chatbot as well. I have a web UI, the chat UI. The part one of inserting the data in the data set was done. The next part was to make it more intuitive and query it. So I use this web chat UI Gradio interface. The Gradio interface is interacting with Gemini API, where we are doing the text to cipher conversion. What is cipher? Cipher is the language similar to a SQL language. I'll talk about it in a while. So that's what I'm doing, text to cipher. Now once the cipher, I've got the cipher statement, I'm passing that cipher statement to Neo4j, my database, so that it can query my results. Once the results are fetched, of course, I have to do some output processing, make it a little nicer, some nice syntax and stuff, and then pass it on back to my web UI to get the results. All great? Everyone with me? Awesome. So this is what we're going to do in the chatbot. Now let's talk about graphs and what are graphs. Has anyone worked on Neo4j before? Graphs before? One, couple of you. OK. Simpler concept. You take a piece of paper, you draw two circles, join those two circles with a line and an arrow. That's the foundation of a graph. Now, graph, basically, a very classic example is friends of friends that you use on Facebook. Yes. LinkedIn, you see first degree, second degree, third degree connection. I know Harsh, Harsh knows Riaz, Riaz, if I want to connect to Riaz, I can connect via Harsh. So that's probably my first degree connection. Yes. So if I want to connect with maybe Ismail, Riaz knows Ismail, so I can connect with Ismail. I want to connect with Ismail, so that loop I can follow. Second degree, third degree connection. That's one example. Giving you personalized recommendations, customer 360 view, fraud detections. Those are the examples of a graph database or a graphs in general. So this is just an example of Delhi Metro because Bangalore Metro doesn't exist. Yes, it doesn't exist. I mean, sorry to say that. So I live somewhere on the red line and I have to go to the airport, but my query is that I want to go to the airport, find me the shortest path, but also should have a cafe in between. Now imagine this is a very trivial example, very small use case. Imagine it to multiply the size of 1000x. Probably I'm looking at a very huge graph of the entire country. I want to go from one place to another place, find the shortest one, which has good restaurants in between, right? So those kind of queries, you can fetch it from a graph database easily. So why graphs? For sure, they are very flexible. Scaling, scale out is very easy. These are schema optional. You don't have to define a schema at the start of your work. You can keep on iterating on the schema. Very different from a relational and a NoSQL database. Funny thing, relational database has relational word in it, but there's no relations between the tables. You have to create the relations. Versus graph database is all about relations. Relationship is the first-class citizen in a graph database. Now, for people who are very confused, like how does it work, let me show you just some numbers that we have touched base past couple of years. Okay, so as I said, it starts with a small circle, a node. So we call this as a node to start off with. Node represent things, your entities. Then node can have multiple labels. For example, a MacBook can have a label as product. What could be the other label for a node? Screen, okay. Anything else which defines that product? Like label is something which defines it. Laptop, okay. Apple, okay. Company could be one label. So I've given another label that's fragile. You can have multiple labels for one single node as well. And then node can also hold properties in the form of key value pairs. For example, name, MacBook Pro, price, $269, right? Now I've created another node, which is a customer node. So these two nodes exist. These two have their own key value pairs, property keys, as we call them. What could be the relationship between a customer and a product? Owns. Anything else? Buys. Anything else? Complaints, reviews, rated. So I've used a relationship called as rated. So this relationship connects these two nodes. And I've used a type called rated over here. This, of course, has to have a direction to know that customer has rated a product, not product has rated a customer, right? There needs to be a direction for sure. And similar to properties in a node, there are properties or key value pairs in a relationship as well. Still confused how it looks like? From a relational standpoint, so your rows translates into nodes, your joins translates into relationships, table names translate into your labels, and your columns translate into your properties. While I always suggest to think from a graph modeling first, but if you have a mental mindset of a relational database, you can think from a relational to a graph standpoint as well. This is how the mapping looks like. Okay. So this was the theory, but how it works in the actual world in syntax format, we use something called a Cypher. Now, Cypher is a proprietary programming language, query language for Neo4j created by us. It's very simple. It follows an SkyArt style syntax. You have like just simple English, brackets, dashes, and arrows. That's what we use typically. There's something called a SQL, which everyone has heard of, right? There's something called as GQL, which is coming into picture, which is graph query language. This is going to be the first ISO standard in almost like 50 years, where ISO is investing something in a graph query language. So Cypher is contributing to GQL, so probably GQL is going to launch maybe in April or May. Once GQL is out there, it's easier for you to adopt from Cypher to GQL for any of the graph database. Now, how it works in action? So your nodes gets translated into round brackets. Then you add in a colon and the label name, the node label. Then your relationships are represented by dashes, arrows, and square brackets. That's how you define a relation. And then you add in, similar to node label, you add in the relationship type as well. And optional is the variables that you add in. It's easier for you to query when you add in the variables. Okay, quickly moving on. If I had to run a match clause, which is something similar to a select clause, select star from, you just do a match. And so it identifies that whether this kind of a relationship, this kind of pattern exists, and then gives back the results to you. How to deploy? You have an option to use it as a self-hosted version on your own on-prem or any of your cloud infrastructure. You can use our cloud managed service as well. We are available on GCP in the marketplace. You can directly go in over there and start using it. Or the third option is to use it as a graph as a service, for which we have AuraDB. has 3 tiers. Free edition will give you 200,000 nodes and 500,000 relationships, 400,000 relationships, and should be good enough for a prototype. Okay, a quick graphs demo. Everyone love movies? Yes? Okay. So this is a movie data set that I have created. It has 2 nodes, movie and a person node. It has some relationships. So instead of creating multiple nodes for person, like one for actor, one for director, one for producer, I created just one person node. And via the relationship, I am able to identify whether this person is an actor or a director or a writer or a reviewer or a producer, right? And could be one person can play multiple roles for a movie. Ajay Devgan might be producing a movie and also acting in a movie, right? Shah Rukh Khan might be producing a movie and acting in a movie as well. This database is not Bollywood, this is Hollywood database, although. So it can have multiple, so one person can have multiple relationships. So instead of creating multiple tables for each of the option or each of the relationship, I can just do it with one single node label. That's how easy it is. So this one give me, so just clicking on this gives me a query which says that match n person return n limit 25. Simple thing, fetches all the persons but limited to 25 results, that's it. Now if I just say and change it to, and add in a name over here that I want to find out just that person name, and I can say ML, I don't know if it exists or not, probably not. Yes, I think it exists, sorry. So if I just click on it, it can find me the entire relationship this person acted in the metrics. Although ML did act in the metrics, he's our co-founder and CEO. Yeah, or you can just, if I just go back and just show you the previous query, in the aura, I can just click on any of the nodes, expand it further, and find out where it's connected. So there's an acted in relationship. Probably Al Pacino would have a different relationship, so on and so forth. So that's how graphs work. Okay. Now coming to our part of AI Studio and Gemini, enough of graphs. So multimodality, everyone knows multimodality? Do you want me to cover multimodality? Yes? Everyone knows? Yes? Great. Who says no? Who doesn't know multimodality? What is multimodality? Everyone knows, right? You don't know multimodality? So imagine right now, in non-multimodality, you have a text input and then you get a text output, right? But now in Gemini, if you see, which is earlier BARD, you can give in an image as well and have a text as well and say that describe this image to me. Now it has to do the 2 tasks, which is a text encoder and text decoder and an image decoder. It has to identify the text, what you are saying, and also has to decode the image. So you have multiple inputs giving you a output, which could be a textual output, or it could be even a text to image output, text to video output, so on and so forth. Yeah. So yes, welcome to the Gemini era. There are 3 options, Ultra, Pro, and Nano. I think Ultra is not yet available, is what I'm aware of. I'm not too sure. Just copied this slide from one of the decks. This project is about the developers part, which is the Gemini API, because I'm an API caller, as I've been reiterating every time. For business and enterprise, you can go in with Vertex, where you have to pay, spend money. For consumers, everything is going to be available in your consumer-centric products as well. Okay. So what did I do? I used the AI Studio in this project. I showed you the part where I'm doing the text to cipher conversion, the initial slides, yes? So now how I was doing the text to cipher, I used the AI Studio, which is very intuitive, very easy to use. I sent in a prompt and said that, hey, that you are an expert in converting English to Neo4j cipher. This is how my Neo4j schema looks like. This is going to be my relationships. These are my characteristics and stuff. These are some sample inputs for you. Why don't you convert that for me? So that's what I did, create test and save inputs, customize the models, and then it created a starter code for me. I just used that in my Python application, and voila, done it. I, of course, have to generate an API key for that. So this is for the movies dataset? Yes, this is for the movies dataset. Written a statement that, hey, this is how the entire schema looks like, and that all the relationships start from person to a movie node, not vice versa. So you can't have a movie directed to a person. You can't have a movie acted in a person, right? You always have to have a person to movie. So as I said, direction is very critical in Neo4j. So I gave some sample inputs and then sample outputs as well. And then if I have to test my prompt, it should give me the outputs pretty well. It's a cipher statement. Now this is just a cipher statement which I'm getting. This has to be passed on to Neo4j via the Neo4j driver. And then I should get back the results. So if I go back, you see over there, there's a get code option. You have to click that, and then you can get the codes for Python, Kotlin or Swift or JavaScript, whatever you want to use. Get API key by clicking over there, and that's it. So okay, let's move on to the demo part. So this is my chatbot that you're seeing over here, which I have built. Now to give you a little background on what the chatbot has, chatbot has this Python file. Everything is available on GitHub. You can just feel free to clone it and use it. It has my API keys, my username, password for the database. Now I'll come to this part. So the database has almost 1,000 queries. Another interesting thing, writing these queries was a very time-consuming thing. I have to read all the text, convert those texts to a cipher statement, which was very, very time-consuming. So what I did, a smart thing was, I wrote almost 400, 500 lines of code, and then got irritated. So I thought, let me try giving this as an option to Gemini. So I gave certain input statements and said that if this is the text, this is the output statement should be. And I said that convert the rest of the text for me to cipher statements. And fairly well, it was able to convert almost 99% of it, except there was some mistakes in gender, some relationships were messed up. But barring that, I mean, almost everything was seamless to it. Now, where did I get the textual statements? I used multiple sources. I used Wikipedia. I used one of the Quora sources. The genuinity of this chatbot, I'm not too sure. But at the same time, it's using the first or the top 200 characters, of which the relationships are almost correct. I mean, so the actual genuinity would be led to the historians. I'll leave it to the historians to figure out. But yeah, whatever I've got from the actual sources, I just use that. So this cipher statement I just executed on my Neo4j browser in the workspace, and created 191 persons and then 579 nodes. So now if I just click on this, you can see there are a bunch of statements that exist. 1 second. So if I just click on, let's say, Kashyapa, sees a vast network that's been created over here. It has multiple relationships. There are so many sons, father, blah, 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 mother, sister. Yeah. So this is what the database looks like. Now, querying this database is hard. So as I said, I have to create a chatbot for it to make it more intuitive. Now, let's say if I search who killed Ghatotkaч. The answer is pretty straightforward as well, because let's say if I run a query, just remove this, and just say over here, name, colon, Ghatotkaч. Okay. So the answer is pretty straightforward over here, because there's a direct relationship between Karn and Ghatotkač. But now, if I say, who are the parents of Karn? Okay. Now, look at this. I've used the word parents over here versus if I go back to my database, if I click on this, there is no such relationship of, or even if you can see over here, there is no relationship of parents, right? Instead, the relationship is father of or mother of. So what I did was, I went to my AI studio and given some inputs as well that say that, hey, if I'm asking for who are the parents of a node, for example, this, you should search for other father of and or mother of relationship. If either of it or both of them exist, give back the result to me. So that's how it was able to give back the result to me as Kunti and Lord Surya. So if I say, who are the kids of Kunti? Usually it's faster. My internet might be a little slow. Demos always make a mistake. Yes, okay. So it's Yudhishthir, Bhim, Arjun, and Karan. Okay, perfect. But if I go back to my database and open up Kunti's note, which is here, you can see there is no relationship which says kids. There's only a relationship of mother of or son of. So the natural language conversion which Gemini has been doing really well is converting my textual input to a cipher statement. So instead of saying that I have a son of, who are the sons of, there could be even a daughters as well. So I'm just saying who are the kids. So kids means son or daughter, whatever it is, and able to give me the results back. Cool, so this, coming back to my Python application. So very simple thing, like all the configurations, GenAI configurations I've done over here, some safety settings for sure. This comes in as part of the starter code also. This called in my generative AI model. The prompts, the input prompts which I have given in the AI studio, I've just given some input prompts and the cipher outputs as well, and then some test prompts as well. Generated a response. Once the response is returned, I am dividing the response into two parts. One is my query, like if the query is there, and then also the extracted string. So what I meant by the extracted string is, so when I'm querying this, who are the kids of Kunti, it converts to a cipher statement, and then there is a return, and then some value out, right? So that value is what I want to fetch and then display over here. So that's what I'm doing with that particular function of fetching, cleaning the query, and then extracting the string that has to be displayed as an output. Some formatting with the names with ampersand, so instead of just playing publishing or displaying Yudhishthir, Bhim, Arjun, comma, Karan, or whatever it is, I use an and ampersand symbol as well. And just calling out the Neo4j driver over here, and that's it. I'm just running it. Using a Gradio interface, I just deployed it on Hugging Face spaces. Took me just 2 weekends to build this, not too big. This is just version 1 of it. I'm working on a version 2, which will be more refined and much better with the prompts as well. So yeah, if you want to play around with this chatbot, you can just go to the this URL, bit.ly/mb/hf, It's also available in the demo outside. For those of you who are wondering why it's not able to give out the response, it's not a full-fledged chatbot yet. I'm still working on this. Just completed a bit of the fine-tuning yesterday night. So there's still work that needs to be done. But yes, of course, looking for contributors. If you have any suggestions, any contributions, feel free to submit a pull request in my GitHub repo, and you can take it forward from there. I'm excited to tell you about this blog, which I just published 1.5 hours ago from this talk, roughly 1.5 to 2 hours. So you can find the part 2, which is the chatbot, and part 1 link also. So feel free to take a read and then go through the entire process of putting the data set and then converting into a chatbot. All right. Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
You showed examples on the chatbot. My question is around the same. So if we go by the name Chitrangada, in Mahabharata, there are 3 references of Chitrangada, right?
Yeah.
one Chitrangada fought with another Chitrangada who was a Gandharva, and he got killed.
Right.
And there is another Chitrangada who's a third person, a lady, who got married to Arjuna. So how did you solve this?
Exactly.
piece?
Very great question. Right now, I'm just using one of those characters, not like created one of those characters and the relationship accordingly. I haven't done for the other two characters yet. Another thing that you can also do is probably you can add like augmented with an additional source. So maybe put in a text PDF and say that find me the Chitrangada who has a reference with Gandharvi, for instance, and has a first occurrence in this textbook or in this chat. So it fetches both, like it checks both the Neo4j database and also that PDF and then gives back the result to you. That could be version 2 or version 3 of this chatbot. So yes, this is possible. You can augment the results with the actual sources as well. Right now, I have not done the rack part yet in this. The extension could be adding the rack part over here and appending with the external sources as a reference point. And one more thing which is missing out right now is, for example, and of course this has to be fine-tuned. If you type in Karn, K-A-R-N, probably it might not search well because I've written the names as Karna, like K-A-R-N-A. So probably if I give a prompt and say that, hey, is someone searching for Karn, it means Karna. Searching for Bhim, it means Bhima. Similarly, I can fine-tune it.
In that case, don't you think it would be more logical and makes more sense if you add the teachings of English language in particular for the model?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
English language.
So that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
the prompts, the initial prompt of doing this over here can be done and told to the AI studio that this is what the English means. So if people are asking for this, this is what I've already done. So if people are asking for parents, that means it's a father of or a mother of relationship. It doesn't identify otherwise on its own.
Last question. What was the starting point for going with the characters? Did you start from Dushyanta or from Shantanu? Which was your first character?
This was, good question. I mean, the source which I used, it started from Brahma. So it's almost the start of it. But the lineage, if you really look at the family lineage of this entire epic, if I have to go down the other path, it's going to be huge, which I didn't want to go. I just took one path from Brahma to Kashyap, then the Pandavas and stuff. So yeah.
The spelling for Rama and Rama, both are R-A-M-A.
Correct.
And depending upon the context, okay, how do we know that one is male and another is a female? That's one.
I mean,
Rama.
It's doable. It needs a lot of fine-tuning, as I said. You keep on fine-tuning and make it better. You always add in as a context also.
Yeah.
So the way you do it in ChatGPT or in Gemini, you always don't get a direct result, right? You always keep on doing a prompt engineering, say that, hey, I don't want this, I want this. So similar, those kind of activities have to be done over here in this chatbot also.
And just out of curiosity, I'm telling just a hypothetical scenario. Just imagine both female Rama and Rama, both of them are there. If we give, two RAMA kind
probably it can give you both the results and say that this one means this and this one means this.
Okay, this particular RAMA is for this female, this RAMA
so you would,
is for
as
this
what said,
Rama.
so the input has to be also defined. You say that, hey, the Rama here in the context is this. Then probably it will give you a better result. The way you do it, as I said, like the way you do it in ChatGPT also or Bard or Gemini.
Will the ChatGPT get confused or will it have a
There are,
more,
of course, the chances of
intuitive
hallucinations
kind of-
always. The chances of hallucinations is always there. It's just that you have to keep on fine-tuning it to make sure that my prompts, the input prompts, no matter what you do, always gives the right results, right? So there are chances, there are edge cases for sure. Working with the vernacular languages, it's super tough. I mean, there's a vernacular language specific LLM out there, OpenHati, if you've seen. So probably if we use OpenHati, maybe it could be giving you better results for this particular use case. The intent of doing this use case was just a weekend project, but
True.
I also want to talk
It's
about.
really amazing. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Hi, here, one question.
Sorry.
And one more thing, okay, how about Kunti having 100, not Kunti, the Gandhari
Gandhari has 100. So I have
all
done.
of them are brought up in the same period.
So
and
what I have done
the age
is
almost same.
correct. So what I have done is I've given an additional property key over there and said that count of children as 100. So when again the training has to be done, and I can search this in the training itself. That say that hey, when I'm searching for particular kids, probably search for this keyword as well, and add in and say that hey, ABC and 100 more children. So it can give me the 100. Of course, if I have those 100 names, 101 or 100 names, whatever it is given, it can give me those output as well.
Even they were all brought up in something like a test tube kind of environment, kind of thing.
Correct.
Not like
I mean,
natural
as I said, like the authenticity of this epic is something which is very questionable. The historians, like multiple historians, have different views, different answers to different things. Different characters are perceived in a different way by different historians. So for example, when I was reading through those texts and trying to convert, and tried and sending that same thing to ChatGPT, to Gemini also, and said that, hey, who is Gandhari in Mahabharata? Just example, maybe a different character. So the answer was very weird and came in from a very different lineage also, right? As I said, there could be a version 2 where I can add in more additional verses and say that, hey, this person related to this verse is part of this lineage and has come in with this structure of family.
Anyway, great work. Thank you.
Yeah, so.
I think in the interest of time, we'll just take one last question.
Yeah. Don't worry, not on Mahabharata. So how does this, I wanted to see the raw data actually. Is it like SQL or?
No, it's not SQL. There's no SQL over here. It's plain, simple SKI.
No, not here. In the console, that Neo4j. Yeah, the raw there.
It's all graphs. As I said, these are nodes.
There's 3 variants there, graph, table, raw.
Okay. This is mostly in a CSV format.
Okay.
So you have an option to, if you have an existing CSV, you can load the CSV also. Instead of using the CSV, I went with the manual queries and putting it over there. But if you have a CSV, you can directly load the CSV and it will convert those CSVs to relationships automatically. You don't have to even write these queries which I have written, create, A, B, C, and the relationship. So you have a CSV where you say that this is my character, this is the relationship, this is, and it starts loading it automatically.
And are you using any transformer type models like encoder, decoder based model?
No, I just use Gemini 1.0 Pro. That's it.
Yeah, Gemini
within that,
inside it.
It's the standard Gemini 1.0 Pro from the AI Studio directly, and no changes done over there.
Okay. And is it a D3 based graph?
What's that? Sorry, I don't know about that.
We'll connect after.
D3? No, it's not D3.
We'll connect after.
Yeah. Cool. Just
you have
two
cloud slides here?
Sorry?
You have a cloud slides here, or the cloud slides, do you have them here, JDG cloud slides?
Yes.
Here, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, just selfish plugin again. We have been doing a lot of meetups as well, so if you want to be part of our graph database user groups, we have one in Bangalore, so feel free to join us. So this is a pro network, so you can find all the meetups happening across the globe. So you can join us over there. And moving on, how do I learn more? So this is just one flavor of using Neo4j that I just showed you today. You can learn more using Graph Academy. There are some great courses, self-paced, free online courses, where you can learn more about using Neo4j, graph modeling, Cypher, and also two amazing, and rather there are more now, courses on GenAI specifically, LLM specific courses. So building a Neo4j back chatbot using Python. This is not the one which I'm using. This is on Streamlit and LangChain, which will give you the RAG capability as well. Yeah, I mean, we have built the entire ecosystem. So if you go to dev.neo4j.com/GenAI, you can find out all the resources that we have. Integrations with LangChain, LangChain.js, Llama Index, Spring AI, LangChain 4j, Haystack, whatever it is. That's it from my side. Thank you so much. Again, that's my Twitter handle if you wish to get connected. Sorry, we are running out of time, so couldn't cover up the questions, but we can take it offline. Now? Okay. So I've been asked to do the closing note as well. You will do the closing note. I am just telling you that I am going to invite Anvit. Sorry. I'm not going to take away his job. Don't worry. For sure. Hopefully it gets loaded. Someone has blocked my access. Okay, I think it's here now. Cool. Thank you so much for coming in. As I said, I am also GDG Cloud Bangalore organizer, along with, it's not switching. Okay, great. Along with Monica and Ransi. Monica, if you are here in the, yeah, so Monica is there, one of our GDG Cloud Bangalore organizer. Is Ransi also here, by any chance? Ransi? No? Okay. So together, three of us have been doing meetups month on month, most likely. We try to do month on month. The next meetup is coming up in a while. Oh, okay, sorry. I think I have to use this. So GDG Bangalore was started sometime in 2018. Cloud Bangalore, sorry. GDG Cloud Bangalore started in 2018. I joined GDG Cloud Bangalore in 2021 or 2? I don't remember. Just 1 year back. Since then, the group has been able to touch base 9.7K plus members and more than 50 meetups that we do on Google Cloud. And these are the two meetups that are coming up. One is on 30th March on IWD. Can you talk a bit on, do we have a mic? That's our community where if you want to get connected, gdg.community.dev/GDG-Cloud, GDG-Cloud-Bangalore.
So regarding the 30th March IWD event, we are organizing in a Microsoft Reactor office. So there multiple communities are coming in, PyLadies, WTM, and Microsoft Reactor group. So for that, you can, gdgcommunity.dev.
Yes, I think once they head to this
so
link.
you can head on to that link, gdg.community.dev.google-cloud-bangalore. You will find the registration link over there. Still registrations are on. So yeah, you can join us on that day.
Yeah. And on 20th of April, we are doing a hands-on with Gemini and Vertex AI. The event is not yet live, but just follow us on LinkedIn, Twitter, or write to us, or just subscribe to our
and Telegram channel as well.
And Telegram channel as well. I forgot to add the link.
We will be taking volunteers from our Telegram channel, so yeah, feel free to join.
And there's more coming up. We'll be hosting Google Cloud Community Days as well, sometime in June, May or June. The dates are yet to be finalized. So do connect with us. Monica is here. I'm here. We're here around, so feel free to connect with us. Over to you, Anvit. Sorry for taking your job.
Thank you so much, Siddhant. Thank you, Monica. Thanks for that lovely talk on how to use Neo4j. Just continuing with the whole community thing, I'd like to now invite on stage Saurabh Chararia, who's one of the organizers of the GDG BLR chapter, who's going to just take you through what the whole community is about, what GDG is about, and how you can be a part of it. Saurabh, I'd like you to join us.
Sorry. Thanks, Anvit. Hey, folks, I'm not going to take too much of your time. I know probably it's been a while that everybody's been here. So my name is Saurabh. I'm part of the GDG Bangalore team. We are totally about like 6 people. Vishal is part of the group. Ananya, Hemant, Jyoti Prakash, and Alikhya. She's sitting right there. Yeah. So we've been around since I think 2011. Like the group has been around since back then, when probably it was known as Google Technology User Group, and like ever since then, like at roughly about 12 odd years, we've been doing like a whole bunch of different meetups. I think most of you, if not all, must know someone or the other from the GDG Bangalore team. But if not, you can just connect with either of us, and of course, reach us through all the different channels that are available. Some of our flagship events like the DevFest, that's something we organize between October and December, and we try and make sure we have like a wide variety of speakers, audiences, and a whole bunch of other volunteers as well. So in case any of you folks would want to, try and join a community, understand, how this works, network, connect with other people, learn, upskill as well, please feel free to reach out.
And yeah, I really hope overall you've all had a good time here. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Anand.
Thanks a lot, Saurabh. What he touched upon in the end, it's all about networking. That's the most important takeaway from these events. Yes, you get to watch a lot of tech, learn from people, but it's those connections that you make at such events that will help you definitely in your life. Not just at work, but generally, because you meet some amazing people here who have had some great experiences and they share it with all of you. Just in closing today, I'd like to thank everybody over here to taking the time out and coming out here on a Saturday over a long weekend. We have a few announcements as well. This Build with AI events is a chain of events which is happening across the globe. And in India, we have more events coming up. The series of events will continue in Pune, Kolkata, Jaipur, Indore, Thiruvananthapuram, Mumbai, Delhi, Bhubaneswar, Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, and Chennai. The announcements will be made on all social media platforms. Please do keep a track. If you're from that area, you can join those events and let your friends over there know as well. Having said that, we'd now like to have some feedback from you as well on the event. So this QR code is on your screens. Please take out your phones, scan it, and start giving your feedbacks right away. It's not going to be a long form. I'm assuming it's a very short one. If not, you can at least take the time out. We would definitely love to hear what went well over here, what did not go so well, and some more feedback from you about the event. Also, we're going to be taking a group photo, so if you're leaving, please wait for 2 minutes. Those who are at the door, if you can hear me. They're like, no, I don't know you. But yeah, we do want to take a quick photo with all of you here. We've arranged for some excellent photography right at the top over there, so we would like all of you to come in front over here. Can you all come to the stage? Some of you can come on top, some of you can occupy the row over here. Everyone in the back as well, join us here, please. This is the end of this event. Let me phrase that, of the event. Yeah, you can occupy the rows here. Some of you can come on top as well, occupy the front here. Just be careful, mindful of the screens if you are going to be at the screens, that is. Let's have the organizing. Yeah, you can shine over here, no problem. Can we have the organizing team as well on top? Come on, guys, come on. Make your way, just. Yeah, front row can sit over here. Some of you can start kneeling down. Punishment for you to come first. Yeah, some of you can kneel down in the front row. Those of us old people who have bad knees can't kneel down. But thanks once again for turning out in large numbers and staying in large numbers till the end. This is an amazing turnout on our weekend. And thanks to all those who are watching on the live stream as well. I think we have probably hit the upper limit. Please try to occupy the chairs. You can just stand here and face on top, yeah? So you don't have to come all the way to the down, to this row here. You can probably start occupying these rows. Photographers in the back as well? Okay. So we can occupy some back rows as well. So let the people come in from the stairs. Don't block the stairs. You can come this side. You can start moving behind. You'll be okay. Don't worry, everyone is going to be covered. And anyway, everybody is going to be this much size only. Can you make some way near the stairs, please? Those towards the end, near the stairs, both of you come this side, please. Yep. You need to face the balcony. There, on top. Look on top. Yeah. The photographers are there, not the video cameras. Look above the video cameras. If you're wondering, they are not waving hi to us, they have the cameras. Please come in, guys. Here, I think there's some space here as well. Occupy this. People here, you can occupy this row here. Just occupy, because the photo is not going to be blocked. It's a top view. Yeah, come. Please. अच्छा, यहाँ पे TV भी आ गया है. 1 second. आ जा भाई. Little more back. These folks. No, I'm trying to guide these folks here. मैं आ रहा है, don't worry, मैं center में एकदम. Footage. Very important. Oh, there's a gap here, so you want people to...
They can occupy this.
So occupy this. Some of the folks who are here in the row in the middle, you can occupy this place. Instead of milling over there, you can all occupy this space. Come in here, boys. More folks, you can come this side. Okay, people have realized that the closer they are to the cameras, the better the view. I think we are good. Oh, the lighting, okay. Do we have general lights? Whoa. Just turn on the music now. It's time for a party. GDG on 3? Okay. Let's do GDG, okay? No, GDG. Gemini? Okay. Gemini? Oh, Gemini. Build with AI. Best, yeah. Okay. Build with AI on 1, okay? When the video is ready, just give me a cue. Everyone look up for the photos. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Build with AI! Build with AI! Okay. Let's do Gemini on 3 now, is it? Or build with AI? Okay, Gemini on 1. 3, 2, 1. Gemini! Thank you, everyone. It's been my great pleasure hosting this event, Build with AI Bengaluru. Have a great day, everyone. Travel safe. And one more announcement.